not your everyday competition.
Pressure and he got that! Oh my God! Oh God! Not like this!
What is up, chat? We are back with one of the biggest weeks on Twitch Rivals of all time about to begin. Survival Cup 1 set the tone. Survival Cup 2 raised the stakes. And Survival Cup 3 today is about to give us another unprecedented chance to claim glory for one individual who will walk away with $100,000. It is about to be insane. So much fun and obviously so much competition, as we like to do here on Rivals. My name is Rain Day. I'll be your host for these 6 days, and I'm joined by two amazing talent members, handcrafted and picked for this exact event to rock with me, Jojo Solos and Tokata. Jojo, this is where you actually started your casting career.
That's right. Yeah, I had the honor and the privilege to start in Survival Cup 2, and I've done many shows ever since. But I'm excited to be back. It's a full circle moment for me. And of course, as anyone who watched Survival Cup 2 would know, there is a lot of drama that happens in these shows. So I'm so excited to get into it and just see who gets to win at the end of the week.
Well, you've been doing an amazing job, and your compatriot here as well will be calling the action, Tokata, from casting Fortnite and the FNCS and building content. And now you get a chance as a competitor to talk about what these competitors get to do from all over the world, North America, South America, Europe, and really dial in on some people who have a chance to fight for a dream this week, man.
Oh yeah, I'm incredibly hyped for this event. I mean, being a bilingual creator myself, I get to see both the Hispanic, Spanish-speaking, and NA communities going head-to-head. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch them battle it out. Survival Cup 1, Survival Cup 2, they were both a blast. So now for the third time, I'm ready for it.
There is almost too much to discuss. And as a fan of Twitch Rivals and being a part of these broadcasts before, there's always some interesting new things that we like to throw to make it surprising. So stay tuned throughout these 6 days. We'll have new mini games that are launching as the days start. So players will be having to be ready on their toes to compete. But as we get into it, what are they competing for? How are they competing? Let's get into the overall formats for this week. Jojo, we were walking through it earlier in rehearsal, but 200 players. Yeah, man, that is chaos.
That's a lot of people to be sitting in one Minecraft server. But I mean, ultimately, we're going to start with 200 players today, as it is day one. But throughout the week, we're going to be losing a lot of players. We're going to be having 2 games per day, and progressively, the players will be getting eliminated. And if you're eliminated, by the way, you're out. You're not coming back for day 2 or day 3.
Dunzo.
You're done. Yeah, and then in the final game, we will have a head-to-head, a 1v1 for that first place, being the $100,000. I mean, Tokata, what would you do with $100,000?
I don't even know what I would do. I don't even want to think about it. It's so much money that's on the line. But you said it yourself, Jojo. Only one player will be receiving this $100,000. We've had epic battles previously. Survival Cup 2, Shadone versus Sapnap. 1v1 in the last moments. Sapnap taking home that prize. But who will do it in this third Survival Cup?
That is a great point as well. And as we take a look, top-down overview of all of our participants today, you're going to see names that we're familiar with here personally, names you, of course, are familiar with, as you're probably in their chats right now and in our chats rooting them on, and also maybe some newer names, maybe some names from different regions that you haven't experienced showing up to compete. That's the beauty of the Survival Cup. You really are putting different styles of play, even different languages against one another to see who can come out on top. I know you had mentioned Sapnap earlier. Jojo, who stands out to you here?
I mean, I'm eyeballing Hannah XX Rose. She's always been like a really good competitor in many Twitch Rivals. So I'm excited to see how she will perform. And then, of course, as we mentioned, Shadone. Even on this screen, I mean, who do we have here? We have Gunter, who was a really good competitor in Survival Cup 2. Bobbycraft, Ollie Gamers, who actually won Survival Cup 1, by the way. So, I mean, we have some returning victors.
100%. It's gonna be intense. I mean, I love seeing the mix of communities here competing throughout the day. And you know, you talked about Ollie Gamers. We've had some alliances, we've had some betrayals in previous events. So I'm excited to see a lot of these creators that who might really not get a lot of opportunities to collaborate with each other now have a chance to kind of, I'd say it's face to face, right? They are competing against each other, but I'm sure we'll see a bit of friendly banter back and forth. So I'm definitely excited.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, you look at Ibai, one of the biggest creators in the world in the Spanish-speaking community as well. The events that these streamers are putting on Twitch, it just seems to be more and more entering real-world fanaticism, filling arenas and doing things that it just is. It's unbelievable and unprecedented. Now they're in the arena with these 200 JoJo, so they kind of have to flip the script here. Loser Fruit, she's a streamer I've watched quite a bit. I'm sure you've kept touch with her, Takata, and the Fortnite scene as she's grown, built her path as well. Who else is standing out as we get to our final page?
Oh, there's a lot of big names. We have Mizkif from the English-speaking community. Yeah. Agustin also coming from Fortnite, from the Escuadron Salchichon. A lot of big people here. I even see Nia, who has competed a lot in previous Minecraft events, so she's experienced in the Minecraft realm. But there's a lot of people here too that might not play as much Minecraft, but my favorite part about this event is everybody has a chance. Even if you're the PvP GOAT in Minecraft, there's still somebody that could maybe just have a bit better odds in the mini games and come up on top.
Yeah, what I personally love about Survival Cup is that the games aren't just, at least historically, they haven't just been one thing. It's not just being the best at PvP or being the best at, you know, whatever. It's a mixture of things, and it doesn't always entail being the best at Minecraft. It just means, you know, you got to be good at pretty much everything.
Yeah, it's definitely testing your flexibility, right? We're going to get into some of the more important aspects we think that determine who will win. But when you set up the idea of, you know, your process of winning, we can name favorites all we want. You know, Ollie Gamers and Sapnap, because they've been able to do it, have gone on this exclusive list. But anybody out of that 200 has a chance. And you're going to see some games, JoJo, they will benefit you in your style of play, whether you like Minecraft or not. Some games, though, they're probably going to challenge you because they might be out of your wheelhouse. And those are the ones you're going to have to perform in. Otherwise, it's done and dusted. You might go out on day 2.
Yeah, and I actually really like that you mentioned that, because at least in Survival Cup 2, I saw a lot of players who made it further than they were expecting to because of the alliances that they made with people who would help them in certain games that were particularly, you know, maybe not in something they were great at, but because they had the right alliance with the right people, they were able to make it further. So there's so many layers to Survival Cup, right? There's be good at the game, be flexible, but also have the right alliances and find out who you want to stick to until the very end.
That's the issue though, right, JoJo? You said it yourself, till the very end, because there can only be one winner to take home that grand prize of $100,000. So although you can make alliances throughout these 6 days of competition, when you get to maybe that last day, second to last day, you got to be thinking to yourself, you know, how long can I stick with these players? Are they going to try and betray me? Should I betray them? There's a lot of things that are going on these players' minds, and you know, the nerves, they're definitely going to be up there.
I'm getting nervous already.
Yeah,
I'm just sitting here.
You just made me nervous, man. I mean, you know, are you guys nervous in chat? Let us know. Any heavy favorites? If spamming your favorite creator gives them a little bit of bump of energy, shows the support's behind them, go ahead and do it in your chat, in their chat, and of course in our Twitch Rivals chat as well. As we get ready, we're going to bring somebody on to talk about these nerves soon. But I think as I even look forward to it, setting the tone for this week, it's different, guys, when we've got something that is a one-day event. You kind of have that burst of adrenaline and then it's over. You know, you go to sleep, you could stay up late because you don't have anything the next morning. You just did it. Today, no, you've actually got to be worried about, like, all right, I did it today, I'm still alive, like, I got to eat well, let me get my rest, I'm going tomorrow. And that's 2, 3, 4, 5 days in a row. So Takata, I mean, it's kind of a different level of mentality. Even though the adrenaline is here, you've got to kind of plan for the long term, and now you're gonna do it in order to survive, because the prize at the end, it's worth it.
Yeah, what's unique about this though is it's not like you can study as much as you would think, right? I mean,
That's
maybe we've
right.
had previous survival cups, but there are multiple mini games, 2 mini games which will be played out each day, but these players don't know what these mini games are, right? You know,
Right.
the day of. So I don't know, you gotta just be ready to act when the moment comes.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
gonna be also sorry, JoJo. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like, I remember in Survival Cup 2, the nerves of, because even we don't really know too much of what's gonna be happening. So I get nervous too, and I just remember in Survival Cup 2, like, I'd be glued to the screen, like seeing, you know, all the instructions as they would come in, because I'd be like, oh my gosh, if I were to be playing in this, how would I play it? What would I do?
Some might say you need some fast reflexes. I don't know. We'll find out in just a second, though, because we've got an interview getting ready for us. It's CPK who's got a chance to chat with us a little bit beforehand. And as we welcome CPK into it, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
Hello, I'm good. Thank you. How are you guys?
Oh, doing great. Thank you so much for being here. We're excited, though, to talk to you because obviously going into a Survival Cup, you've got 200 players. You're one in a sea of potential. And how do you navigate that? What's your mentality jumping into today? Is it take it light and easy, go with the flow? Do you have a strategy? Are you locked in and focused? How are you feeling jumping into Survival Cup 3?
Yeah, I'm pretty focused. I've looked at some previous stuff. I know the kind of games that roughly get played. It's very random, and you know, you don't necessarily have to be the best to do well in this event. And I think that's both a blessing and a curse. I'm pretty locked in though. I'm ready. I've always had a bunch of friends from the Spanish community, so let's just hope they keep me safe, please.
If I know anything about you, CPK, is that you're very good on your toes. But my question for you is, what are you going to do if you were to win the $100,000?
Okay. Make me spend it before we won it. I see how it is. I mean, that's kind of like unfathomable money to a lot of people, I think. So I have not even considered that. But I'll get back to you if you know. I'd love to give you a funny answer. Maybe, I don't know, like Pokemon cards or something.
That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy. Look, I'd love to interview you at the end after winning the 100,000, and also in the pre-show. That would be insane. But look, I got a question. You talked about Spanish friends. How about alliances? Are there any names that you maybe kind of want to work with throughout this event?
I mean, I think there's a lot of people that I know, but there's you know, maybe only a few that I really trust. But there's a few people I've been chatting to already, and I've got a pretty. You know, I was mostly worried about the fact that there might be the nighttime games where they, you know, try and kill you off. And being one of the few native English speakers, I fear I may be a slightly easier target. So I do have a small 6-man alliance that may or may not be helping me out in those moments.
Oh,
Okay.
Wow.
do you guys have an alliance name? Do you have a name for your alliance?
Oh, no, we should have done that. Do you want to name it for us?
Ah, jeez.
Team name. We gotta know the other players, you know. But I get it. No leaks. It's okay.
You seem like the lead, so the CPK sounds good to me. Plus, I'm kind of getting hungry now. You know, I know they're not sponsoring the event, but think about it, because that barbecue chicken is pretty good. No, okay, listen, we've got a lot of fun getting ready to go, but it is time for a segment presented by Mythwalker, the mobile geolocation fantasy RPG that uses real locations to tell the stories of Earth's myths and legends. It's Myth or Meta, where we present a streamer with a popular myth about streaming and gaming, and you tell us if it's a myth, if it's meta. And chat, you can weigh into by voting in the poll in the extension. Okay, CPK, you ready?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. It's just off the cuff. So today's topic is chat moderation is necessary to maintain a healthy stream environment. Is that a myth, as in false, or is it meta, as in true?
I mean, I think that's meta, right? I was so much more scared of what that question was going to be. Meta? Meta. Let's lock that in, please.
Yeah, I mean, so as a streamer, obviously, building your community, has that been a big tenet for you, just having chat moderation? Is that something you kind of started as a tenet of how you're going to go about business and what you think people should do?
Yeah, I think that a lot of streamers find mods who understand the streamer in question, and you know, we have certain personalities and things that we do allow and don't allow, and having mods that understand that and know when to you know, quieten the chat down a little bit is super valuable. And I think I can speak for all streamers when we all say that the mods sort of carry us a little bit. So let them have their moment.
Fair. Shout out to the mods, shout out to the team, shout out to the streamers as well who encourage it and support it. CPK, it's been awesome to chat with you. Thank you so much for playing along with Myth or Meta, presented by Mythwalker, with a cast of magical characters, deep quests, combat and progression systems, and the chance to really party with co-op mode. Mythwalker is the global RPG for everyone. Discover more and sign up for the closed beta now at mythwalker.com. Before we move on, let's see what chat had to say about today's topic as we let CPK go. But you know what? At the end of the day, I like the idea that we're giving love to our moderation team, even our Twitch Rivals moderation team, our own streams. I think JoJo's stream is live. I think so is mine as well. Takata, I don't know if you got in there, but everyone who is around, we understand the process of what it takes to build a healthy community at Twitch. And a lot of that means that making sure that your chat rules, that the way you want people to behave is being followed. It's a structure, and it gives us, obviously, the time to help build what we love. Now, as you see, it was 89%. I think they went with Meta there, guys.
Good.
Yeah.
I mean, that 11% was trolling a little bit, but it's always healthy to have a little bit of trolling, right?
Yeah.
100%. I mean, I think it was an obvious meta here. You want your community to be healthy and positive, so it's good that a majority was on the same page.
Yeah, I mean, there are anomalies, you know. I mean, I think everybody's stream, that's kind of the cool part. Some streamers show up and it's just this way of streaming and being, and the chat is flowing and you're like, I've never seen this before. This is like, you know, a live event, really. You're looking at it just absolutely something different. But overall, yeah, we do love our mods. We got to give a shout out to them as well. You know, the other thing that I obviously think is, talking to CPK, I like that we're already JoJo seeing, he admitted to the Alliance. He didn't have the name, but it's happening.
Yeah,
It's forming, right?
I mean, people are already learning from the previous survival cups how people got to the end, because a lot of the people who made it to the final days of those events was through alliances, and those really strong alliances. He even mentioned how there's like this night cycle where, you know, they can sort of team up on people and kill people off, which is something we have seen where there's sort of a small separation between the Spanish speaking community and the English speaking, purely because they can't speak to each
Language,
other, right?
yeah.
There's
Yeah.
the language barrier. However, since Survival Cup 2, I have seen a lot of the streamers who, especially in the English speaking community, learn Spanish, and they've been getting themselves involved and, you know, talking to these people on and off stream, and it's such a beautiful thing, and that's why I love Survival Cup so much, because it's combining, it's merging these two communities that people feel is so separate, but you know, we all love Minecraft. We're all here for a good time.
I love it. That's the best way to describe it. Games bringing us all together and celebrating that. That is what we are doing here. So absolutely, and I love to see everyone blending those languages. We'll continue to see that today, but will it set the tone for our early alliances? May be the case, as CPK denoted in his interview earlier. But chat, guess what? It is time for Guessing with Duncan, where you have the chance to win big. Check out the polling widget in the extension, make your predictions, and watch your name shoot up that leaderboard. The top 10 finishers get $10 Duncan and Twitch gift cards. And the first place winner claims the awesome new co-branded Duncan and Twitch Rivals jersey. Enter !Duncan for the full rules, and you can cast your prediction now. It's pretty exciting. Get that jersey going, rep it out, say I won this from watching Twitch Rivals. That's going to be a nice little bit of swag, even if you want to throw it up behind you in your stream room. Now, Takata, obviously now you've been in a position to compete in several of these types of things, not necessarily the Survival Cup, but when you look at the fact that everyone's building off of so much information that happened already, Survival Cup 2, Survival Cup 1, does this feel like it'll be the hardest Survival Cup to win? Is that more of a disadvantage for everyone playing in Survival Cup 3? Because it's like, and everyone's a veteran now. Everyone knows what to look for versus one where everyone's going in blind.
No, 100%. I could use maybe like skill cap as the word for this. If you think of, you know, video games in general and competition, a lot of games have like these skill ceilings. And, you know, as the years progress, as the game progresses, people find out new techniques and strategies. And like you said yourself, we've had 2 survival cups already. So it being the third, they already know kind of some of the nighttime, some of the alliances that have worked out before. So being able to build on this meta, on this strategy from previous events is definitely going to make this one the most difficult
survival cup we've seen.
Could be the most rewarding win as well. So stay tuned for that as our players are getting close to the starting line. We're just a few minutes away from jumping into it, but guess what? It's time while you're waiting to watch some more amazing gameplay with our friends at Honda, because they want to give you a chance to play right in chat with 2 super fun games. One is a classic memory game where 2 of every image are hidden under the squares. As a team, you'll collectively decide which 2 squares to reveal, and the goal is to match all of the images before the time runs out. Game 2, well, you've seen that one before. It's a maze. See how quickly you can navigate the Honda Prologue SUV through the maze. You must collect the TwitchRivals V and then find your way out the other side before the timer expires. Remember, chat, you must work together. So have fun and good luck. Our friends at Honda are here to empower you, chat. Honda's bringing you closer to the show than ever before with our Charged Up Chat feature. The best creative commentary from chat and social media will be featured on the show. So join the conversation and send social media to us. Let us see your best memes or your fire one-liners on social media, and find us at TwitchRivals or use the hashtag ChargedUpChat, and you might see your comments featured live on the show. Plus, Honda made an awesome exclusive follow remote that you can use by following /TwitchRivals and typing TWR Honda to let it fly. Honda offers a full line of clean, safe, fun, and connected vehicles. They all new, fully electric 2024 Prologue SUV features a timeless exterior, a tech-rich cabin, and a generous passenger and cargo space. The Prologue is the perfect vehicle for weekend getaways and everyday drives. And although we're trying to drive this thing right now into first gear, we are still in park because the players have to get ready. Just a little bit of homework before we jump into it. But JoJo, Solos, Tokata, welcome back here as we get ready to jump in. There will be no more breaks before it is time for cinematics and good things here as the games start. But you know, I just got to say, are the vibes still good? JoJo, are we ready to go? Are you feeling it? I'm starting to feel it.
Oh yeah, the vibes are high. I'm feeling the nerves, and I'm just getting to sit here and watch people play today, but I'm still feeling nervous. I mean, listen, I've played in Minecraft competitions before, so I know what it's like to just be sitting in the lobby waiting for everyone to come together. It's like, okay, we're waiting on one more person to log on, and just the nerves like falling in on you, and you're just like, oh my gosh, $100,000, like what am I gonna do? Everything just starts creeping up in your brain. But I'm excited, happy to be here.
That's definitely the most terrifying moment. Like when you're in the game, when it's already started, you're kind of locked in, right? You're focused. How do I play this? How do I win this? What's the strategy? But when you're just like in the lobby waiting, the nerves start rising. You're like, all right, you know, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to play.
Well, you know, it's so cool that we got a chance to talk to CPK and his following and his fandom ready to go. I could just check their Twitch stream over the break. He's got his viewers excited, but we also got to talk about a little bit of his strategy going into this, because there is going to be a strategy that determines who will win. And that's why, chat, as we prepare for today's action, it's time for Elements of Success, presented by Natural Elements, where we call out the essentials for getting a dub in this event. We'll start with you, JoJo.
All right, well, my element of success that I have picked for today is going to be fast reflexes. All right, I like to think that in most games, you're going to need fast reflexes. Obviously, we don't really know what the mini games are going to be today. So whether it's today, tomorrow, or however, you know, whenever, the fast reflexes are always going to be necessary. At least when we saw Survival Cup 2, we saw fast reflexes being very necessary in some of the games like Red Light, Green Light, and those sorts of games. So, I mean, you never know what we're going to be seeing today, but I think it's going to be crucial for at least one game, I hope, because that's what I chose.
I love it. I love it. Well, let's hope fast reflexes have an impact in these games. They obviously will be important over the course of the 6 days, you can imagine. So that's a great shout, JoJo. Tokata, what you got?
Look, I was thinking about this one and I concluded on awareness, but there's types of awareness, right? You have physical awareness, which is kind of similar to the fast reflexes, right? You have to be aware of your surroundings in these mini games. Anything can happen, the unexpected, but also emotional awareness. And this ties into the allies, right? If we look back at the Survival Cup 1, where Ollie Gamers ended up taking home that grand prize, you know, he had his teammate Luzu, and he kind of used that to work his way up to those final matches, but there can only be one winner. So you have to be kind of aware enough to know when's the right time to maybe betray that teammate that you might have. So I think awareness is definitely the element that I have to go for.
Emotional intelligence included into that, knowing kind of when to drop it, and it's no longer serving you or the other player to keep that alliance. It's a difficult line, and there's probably always a little bit of risk involved in that, because the right decision is only kind of known in hindsight, isn't it, guys? You can't really predict what's going to turn out perfectly. However, I will say that being able to know that line and know what is going to happen, at least in terms of the best way to operate in the game, is going to be my key to success. So finding the right strategy, and I like to call it right strat right now, because to me, once you jump into this game, you're going to be dealing with a variety of different ways and approaches that people will do. And it's easy to get lost in the scramble. Maybe one of the hardest things to do is to avoid that, avoid being drawn in by someone else doing something and immediately recognizing, wait, here is how I want to take on this challenge. Because just like we see in an NBA three-point contest, where some people rush through all the basketball shots to make it so they could take their time on the final, you know, shot as well that's worth 2 points, maybe it means rushing a certain element of this game and realizing, because you want to save time for the thing that will really matter, and push you forward. I'm very curious to see who is able to identify the strategies that are going to be the most successful the quickest, because this is a game of not only reflexes, not only awareness, but finding the way through the 199 other players who are trying to find that way as well. Going to be a very exciting one. And of course, those were today's Elements of Success, brought to you by Natural Elements. These supplements are designed for gamers and non-gamers alike and made with all natural ingredients whenever possible. Natural Elements is the #1 brand for holistic nutrition supplemental solutions, and their entire product range is available on Amazon. Natural Elements, feel in your element in your body. Well, as we jump back into the show, it is so important for us to delineate that while we kind of did this as a, I don't know, an appetizer, a little bit of a moosh boosh, there is still so much more to utilize throughout the days. And we'll find that out, Takata, as the strategies kind of unveil themselves. Each game is going to be different, and they're going to have to navigate the differences super quickly, as it won't be announced until just a few hours, or really just right before they start playing. So this is something that, yeah, while the 3 things we highlighted are great, they're still going to have to come up with their own ways to find success.
Yeah, you got to be ready for the unexpected. I mean, these players don't have the format sent to them weeks before the event, right?
No.
You said it yourself, hours before, minutes before you get into the game is when you kind of figure out what you actually have to do. The most you can do is look at maybe Survival Cup 1, Survival Cup 2, but you know the people who designed these game modes for these days had that in mind. They don't want it to be exactly the same. It's going to be something different, going to be something unexpected. So I hope the players are ready to react quickly.
I mean, are you in line with that, Jojo?
That sounded like fast reflexes to me. Reacting quickly, I don't know. So I'm very much in line with that. That sounds pretty accurate to me. But I really do like how you mentioned like spatial awareness and, you know, emotional awareness. I think it's very important that some of these players sort of take that into account, because especially if we were to see some minigame like, I don't know, if it's parkour, for example, that spatial awareness is going to be so important. I can't remember what the game was called in Survival Cup 2, but I just remember this giant map and people, it was almost like a tag-like game. I really wish I remember the game now, but I just remember some players actually started getting used to sort of what the map looked like, and they were able to escape other players. So I just think in general awareness is going to be really important. So I'm really glad you mentioned that. But yeah, I mean, as we've mentioned a million times already, we don't really know what's coming up. So it just comes down to what happens in the next few minutes here.
Yeah.
You know, and Jojo, as we're kind of waiting for that, I want to know for you, day one, that hindsight's 2020, sure. But it's very hard sometimes to look back and go, man, that day one decision, the way that we managed that was actually what set up, you know, being in the top 25. Is there a moment you remember from Survival Cup 2 where something changed, even if it was like felt, you know, benign or kind of like a small thing that happened, but it actually set them up for a major success? Because I feel like once we're out the gate, you know, your journey to #1, it starts right away, and the smallest of things can make the biggest of differences.
Yeah, I think primarily, and this is actually something I thought of like as we've just been talking for the past while, I think a lot of players who maybe are a little bit of underdogs actually ended up making it further because they don't put a target on their back. So I think that a lot of the really strong players now may be in danger day one, because someone's going to be like, wait, Ollie Gamers won Survival Cup 1, Sapnap won Survival Cup 2. Why are we going to let them win again? We should, you know, maybe target them or something. So I think it's going to be very interesting how that gets played out. But I do think in Survival Cup 2, a lot of players already were, you know, ginormous names. They were like, oh my gosh, this person is good. We should be careful, maybe ally with them, but then betray them. So I think it's those little details that's really going to matter the most for who makes it to day 6.
No, 100%. You said it yourself, Jojo, but I think what's going to be interesting is these top players, you know, even Shadone that got 2nd place in Survival Cup 2, they're going to know there's going to be like this mini target on them. So they might have already started forming alliances. But the issue is, I remember you were talking about this, Jojo, is when the top players kind of form these alliances, if they make it through day after day after day and they get closer and closer to that final day, I don't think they want to be, you know, head to head with one of the other best Minecraft players in win the game in those last moments, right? So a betrayal will eventually come through. The question is when. If you do it too early, then you don't have teammates for the final game modes, and it's going to make it more difficult to win. But if you do it too late, it might be a more difficult final. So there's a lot of things to kind of think of, and that have already been built on previous metas in Survival Cup 1, Survival Cup 2. So now for this Survival Cup 3, the stakes are a lot higher. It's going to be a lot more difficult, and there's a lot more competition for sure.
Yeah, I can't wait. We're going to have obviously live feed of those streamers as well when they jump into it. So we'll be able to hear those conversations going on between the alliances and maybe between some of the foes, or between the alliances on the other side as we transition to those camera perspectives. But it will always be an interesting line. Where does this alliance stop to benefit me and start to hurt me as I move forward later into this game? The original reason to do an alliance, guys, is it kind of gives you that safety. Like, if anything, you got people looking out for you, which is why I would expect bigger streamers, more, high level, more connected streamers, maybe experienced streamers in the Survival Cup to be in alliances right away. Because otherwise, if you've got the winner, like you just said, Takata and Sapnap, and he's isolated, why not take him out? He's proven that he can win. I mean, that benefits everyone.
But Sapnap's got to have it in mind that he's not going to want to team up with someone that he can't trust, right? You gotta keep it in mind. Who can you actually trust? Who can you not trust? I remember in Survival Cup 1, the nighttime was kind of when those alliances really started forming, right? When it was an all-out kind of brawl. You could start attacking anybody you wanted to, and then people started going into groups and kind of getting ready for it. But now you have these moments that can be sort of expected in a way, and how beneficial it can be. But trusting in this world, in this game mode, in this event is completely different. It's a whole other definition of trust.
And you bring up another element I wanted to pass to you, Jojo, as well. Yeah. It's like, where do you see someone that you can trust? And if you are that trusting person, when do you start to go, am I being too trusting? How do you navigate? Because if you might have to turn, well, someone might have to turn on you. And I imagine that some people might go, it's not worth it. I just I don't want to ruin this relationship because it's $100,000 on the line. If you got to backstab somebody, that might last.
Yeah. If we learned anything from Survival Cup 2 is that I don't think anyone's going to be like, oh, I don't trust you anymore because you betrayed me. It's not that. I mean, yes, $100,000 is very serious, but it's a Minecraft event. Everyone sort of understands that it comes down to that. Yeah. I'd like to think that if I was in their position, I would form my alliance now, and I'd be like, guys, I'm just going to be honest. Day 5, maybe day 6. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm here with you guys until day 4 at the very least. Anything after that, I don't know.
It's going to be the best 4 days of our lives, okay?
That's interesting, actually. Sorry to cut you off there, Raymond. I'm thinking about it. Maybe you have like those calculated, alliances where you make an alliance until day 5, and then that's it. You say day 5 reaches, we're no longer friends. We're no longer teammates. We are now enemies. We are opponents. That is the last time that we're going to be a team. That would be funny if we see that, but I don't know. Only time will tell.
It's clean. It's certainly much more difficult, to navigate a social nuance of like, well, maybe I feel this is and you don't. Everyone just agrees, then you can kind of go into it with the same mindset. No one's too shocked. And then everyone knows this is the days I have to really perform by myself. But maybe that's today. Maybe there is an underdog. The stories that we've seen, Sapnap winning in Survival Cup 2 could be a brand new name here in Survival Cup 3 that gets etched into the history books and claims what is, I think, a great way to describe it, an unfathomable amount of individual prize money that will be going to them. But for 199 other players, they're not going to win. And we know this because that's fine. You kind of have to jump into this with the mentality of like, it would be amazing if I won, but I'm here to have fun. I'm here to stream. And the benefits, Jojo, too, aren't just in the prizing. It's like if you make it a couple days, your stream, people are following you. They're getting more engaged with what you're doing. You make it to top 10. You may not win the prize, but you might still find that, hey, we're actually hitting record viewership numbers or things like that. My community is really popping off and enjoying this. It's been the most fun thing we've done all year. So there's a lot of benefits just in being here, right?
Absolutely.
100%.
I think the most beautiful thing that I saw, and I genuinely mean this, is the friendships that were made after Survival Cup 2, because I saw so many of my friends who are in the English speaking community now speaking to a lot of people who don't even share the same language, right? Like they're using Google Translate. I remember after Survival Cup 2, even I was playing with some of them, and you know, there was that language barrier, but it was beautiful. It was so much fun just to see the connections that were made. So yes, there is the benefit for you know, the recognition. People are like, wait, you're kind of goated at Minecraft, I want to keep watching you, you're the best. And then there's also the friendships that you build along the way. Sure, there will be betrayals, but you'll forget about that eventually, right?
Yeah.
You'll forget about all the people who made you upset.
Yeah, sure we will. Yeah, sure we will.
He said, yeah.
It's all forgotten. Yeah. How's that 100K, man? How's your Pokemon collection? That's looking good, huh? Yeah.
I'm definitely on JoJo's boat here, though. I mean, that's the true. It sounds cliche, right? But literally, the friendships you make along the way are the key part of this event. You don't get too many events where you have creators of this size from all over the world, various different communities, kind of collaborating together in a way throughout 6 days. This isn't a 1, 2, or 3 day competition. This is a 6-day competition. And when you think about nerves, you know, normally the first day is where you feel the most nerves, but I feel like in this specific competition, there's 200 players. You don't go in kind of, you know, expecting to win, right? You maybe 1 or 2 people, you're like, okay, I'm taking home that prize, I'm winning no matter what. But in general, you kind of go in to have fun, right? But then as day 3, day 4, maybe you make it to day 5 and you're like, okay, there's only like what, 20 people left, 15 people left, who knows? That's when the pressure starts getting serious. So I'm excited to see kind of how the emotion, you know, the character development from these players as the days go on.
Yeah, it's a great shout out as well. I actually have said something similar to that in my kind of esport industry where you know, I'm focusing more on VR games. I know you do as well, Takata, but you know, it's sometimes difficult to win if you don't ever think you can win. If that thought never crosses your mind, it is more rare, I think. And I tend to see the people who come in as kind of high level competitors, knowing that they want to get the job done, having a plan, end up more often than not winning versus maybe some new stories. But so I think that it doesn't mean the best player is going to win. It does, to me, usually mean though that you got to believe, hey, this could be my chance. And I think there is, even if you know you're playing for fun, hopefully there's that little hint of optimism in everyone's back of their mind, like, hey, this could be it. Let's see what we can do. It might not happen, but I believe that if I get to that situation, maybe I'll be able to pull it off. As we are waiting for a few players to join up, guys, we're still just getting ready. We are so close to starting. I know you're excited in chat, and I know you want to get this running. Well, so do we. A few more players need to join because we can't start without all the players in there. That would not work out. And of course, it means that we want to make sure everyone has a full competitive environment so that there's a lot on the line, that we know that we did the best we could to set this up. But JoJo, as we continue to wait, it only makes things that much better when we actually start things off, because then we're jumping right into gameplay, and I can't wait to see what that first game is.
Oh my gosh, I know. I've been sitting here thinking, because they're obviously not going to replay the games from before, right? We mentioned it earlier. People have been studying. All right. People have watched Survival Cup 1 and 2. All right. Listen, I would do the same thing. $100,000 is life changing, right? I get it. But I don't think we're going to be seeing any of the same games, maybe similar games where the general idea is the same. But I don't know. I've been sitting here thinking, I really think that the red light, green light type game was very interesting last time around. So I'm wondering if maybe something like that, like as an introduction game, is going to happen again, or if we're going to be seeing something crazy, just like a huge battle arena. I don't know. I don't know how crazy they're going to go, but
I mean,
day one, you never really know, right? They're trying to set the tone.
They are.
You never do. Yeah, it's interesting. You have kind of like themes, right? Like you said yourself, JoJo, red light, green light is normally a theme of the starting game in the Survival Cup. Later on, you have a bit more of the PvP type themes, but maybe not. Maybe this time it's completely different. You never know, and that's what's most exciting about it. You can do as much homework as you want, but in the end, it's really just about reacting in the moment.
You know, as a soccer player growing up, you know, spent a lot of time with athletes, and one of the questions heading into midterms was, you know, do you have the test from last year? Do you have the test from 2 years before? You know, and the smart professors, or the professors who, you know, really wanted to challenge you, they'd always switch out with a new test. There were no repeats in there. But, you know, a lot of my athlete friends would still go to the class that there were the repeats because, you know, hey, there's just a lot of practice. It's kind of like double majoring, okay? Give them a break a little bit. But not in Survival Cup. We are keeping the standards very, very high. So, yeah, they'll be seeing some new mini games. We are very close to revealing what that is. We're very close to beginning this day as well. And of course, just a few more players that are jumping back in. But as someone who is coming from the lens of, you know, I've been around Minecraft. We did some amazing work with the Olympics a few years ago. I had a ton of Minecraft mini games that challenge streamers like this. There's been so many different events live, usually at TwitchRivals, that really feature and you know, get the crowd excited for what Minecraft has done for this community and for the gaming community in general. But as someone who doesn't necessarily play all the time, I'm curious, Jojo, what do you think are some Minecraft actual skills, and this to you, Takata, as well, that are going to give you an advantage? I mean, is there a significant thing you think if a player is good at in Minecraft that will be really helpful, as having watched these Survival Cups before and knowing that some players specialize in it, some players don't?
Yeah, I think that's a great question because I have not only casted many Minecraft shows, but I have played in many Minecraft events back in my day. No, I still play. No, I still play. But I think by far one of the most important skills you need in Minecraft is movement. You just need to get that locked in. Like, I have seen so many people who are good at PvP, but then you put them in a parkour map and they just can't do anything. There's Minecraft speedrunners, and the reason that they're so good at what they do is because they have locked down exactly how many blocks they can jump, how far they can reach, you know, if they do a certain movement. Being able to, I mean, there's a lot of parkour terms that I'm not gonna, you know, nerd you guys out on, but
no, well,
you know,
I'll take a few. Throw a few.
Well, there's a Neo.
Okay.
There's a Neo, right? There's a block, and then there's a wall blocking you, let's say 1 or 2 blocks wide, and then there's another block here. You need to jump around this wall. That's called a Neo. That's pretty freaking hard to do if it's 2 or 3 blocks wide of a gap. But if it's only 1 block wide, I mean, that's pretty easy, I mean, I would say. But regardless, doing something like that could literally change the game. Let's say, for example, there's a tag game. Even if there was a jump that wasn't meant to exist there, someone who's really good at movement could make it exist. The map makers are going to be like, wait, they're not supposed to be there. Meanwhile, these, you know, crazy people, they're like, oh, I'm gonna jump over here. They know how to do it because they just understand Minecraft parkour to another dimension. And I think it's such a good skill because moving efficiently, whether it's for a race or you're trying to escape someone or whatever, I think you're always going to be ahead of people if you know your movement.
100%. Look, I'm actually on JoJo's boat here because if you think about it, there's so much to Minecraft. JoJo mentioned speedrunners, but in speedrunning, you have, you know, specific crafting factors about biomes, about seeds. Like, there's so many things to maximize efficiency. But in this specific mode, in the Survival Cup, I don't think the players are going to be crafting too much. I don't think they're going to be building too much. Maybe they will, but I'm just making assumptions here. Normally, the items, if they have any, will be given to them. So a lot of it is movement in specific, you know, for both PvPing, for battling, being able to, you know, hit your opponents more than they can hit you, to be able to pass these obstacle courses quicker than your opponents. I think that generally going to be the most important kind of skill to have, because a lot of the other ones can be useful, but in this specific event, in this specific tournament, I think I gotta trail onto JoJo's boat here.
So I love this idea because I get to reference this to the concept of, you know, offense wins games, but defense wins championships. If you can't score, if you can't move, then maybe you're not going to be in a position to win. But does it come down to, can you PvP? What's the clutch thing that you feel might be the difference that someone could bring to the table? Because for me, you know, in battle royales, you do have a lot of situations where you've got yourself to, or in hero shooters, 99% on the point. Who hits that last shot? Who basically has the one little moment? You've done all the work to get there, but now someone's got to separate themselves. So with that, Takata, I'll start with you. Do you feel like it's PvP, or is there just some element of a clutch team that's going to be the difference? And you know what? As we see the cinematic begin, let's hold on that as we kick off our Survival Cup 3 here on Twitch Rivals.
Estamos listos.
Oh my goodness. Let the games begin. Guys, that was an epic cinematic. And you can see all the players are now in their room ready to walk around and get started. But wow, Jojo Takada, talk to me reactions on that as we kick off Survival Cup 3.
Oh my gosh, that really brought me back. Like that I love the cinematics and the animations that they bring into this. We saw a little bit of basically what happened in Survival Cup 2 with Shadoon versus Sapnap, just in that little cinematic, and it looked so sick. I'm so happy to see everyone back in this room and having little conversations. Or maybe not. Seems like they're walking away.
Kind of saying hi to everybody. You couldn't see me, but I was literally bouncing in my chair as that cinematic was rolling through. I'm so excited to see how this turns out. Looking at Rubius right now, trying to meet up with his friends, kind of chat a little bit. You know, this is an opportunity where a lot of these people don't get often to kind of talk to new people, but also, you know, reunite with solid friends and kind of experience this Survival Cup together. So as they have a bit of time to kind of make sure their controls are looking good, the audio is good, everything's ready, their alliances slowly being grouped together.
All the games here are Survival Cup 1 winners. Speaking with Goldified, who is, by the way, one of the best Minecraft PvPers that I know, and I'm pretty sure just in general. So I'm very excited to see how Goldified is going to just sort of go through all the mini games, since they're not all just PvP.
I wonder too if Ollie's gonna have kind of that target on his back due to that, right? He did come out on top in Survival Cup 1, but not in the second Survival Cup. But you know, they still have it in the back of their mind, right, that this was one of the winners previously. And speaking about Survival Cup champions, Sapnap, we saw it in the cinematic how he took out Shadone in those final moments of the second Survival Cup. Now looking at Goldified, you said it yourself, one of the best Minecraft, or I'd say most experienced Minecraft players in this lobby here today.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I love seeing the sort of connections that are building up here. Even Shadoon is coming in to have a little conversation, because ever since Survival Cup 2 finished, I just know that Sapnap and Shadoon have had sort of this rivalry pretty much in every other Twitch Rivals ever since. So I'm very excited to see how this is going to end up for this event. But you know, I am also happy to see if there's new faces up in the in the top players, because listen, I love a good rivalry, but I want to see some new people as well.
100%. And with 200 players being in this third Survival Cup, I can almost guarantee that we're going to see some new faces in the final moments here, especially how unique the specific Survival Cup could be. But what I love most about this is, you know, it's kind of like a bit of tranquility before the chaos comes through, right? Yeah. Everybody's relaxed now, talking to their friends, having fun. But what's on the other side of that door, I don't even know, you know, where it's going to begin, but you'll see how quickly the vibes can change.
Oh, yeah, the vibes are definitely going to change very quickly.
Just the beginning of really their journey here, you know, no one knowing what's going to happen, but yeah, maybe a little bit of levity, calm before the storm, as you had mentioned, as the players just meeting each other and continuing to, you know, showcase some personalities, their looks that will carry on throughout the rest of these days, and also just be social, you know, because as you mentioned, guys, the fun, it could stop very, very soon.
That's right. And we are looking at Hannah XX Rose, who's someone who is a fantastic competitor. And you can see that she is looking at the wall, because the wall gives you a hint as to what the mini games are going to be. So her and Purple are looking at the walls, and we saw earlier there was a roller skate. This time it was someone fishing, and they're just taking a look at all of these you know, sort of analyzing, trying to figure out what are we gonna do if you know, this is the game. Like, what could it possibly be? You can see Sylvia as well is also inspecting the wall, trying to figure out what these games are going to be. I don't know if there's a particular order, so maybe they're just trying to get a little bit of a hint of what's to come.
Yeah, I mean, especially if they kind of looked into the previous or even participated in the previous Survival Cups, they might be able to kind of put 2 and 2 together based on what is on the wall, but it's all kind of assumptions and ideas, and it's not really kind of leaking any strategies per se. Maybe just mental preparation as they know what is potentially to come.
That's right. And you know what? Even if it's assumptions that they make about what a minigame could be, that's still more than not knowing anything at all, right? So
True.
trying to, come up with some sort of strategy beforehand, even if it's not even what you think it's going to be, it might be helpful if you happen to guess right.
That's really all they're dealing with right now, guys, is yes, just guesses, but also important, kind of tone setting as well. I've seen a lot of people stick with groups, but then there's been kind of a, some people kind of sticking on their own, kind of talking in their chat, just saying, let me just figure out what's going on myself. That's also going to be a strategy. Not everyone's going to group up right away and kind of have those conversations we just saw.
100%. Trying to think if I see any alliances being formed already. I know Out on Blaze probably gonna take the solo route this time around, but for example, Spreen here on the screen, I wouldn't be surprised if he already has somewhat of an alliance kind of formed if the time comes.
I remember Spreen being a very, very good competitor in Survival Cup 2, so I'm excited to see how he is going to perform for this one. But you never know. I mean, sometimes nerves could get to people. They could have done very well last time, and then this time they're just gonna, fumble. But I'm not trying to speak it into existence. I'm just saying it happens.
Just
Cast their curse already?
I'm just saying.
Let's hope not. To be fair, a lot of the people here already have experience in previous survival cups and also just Minecraft events and events in general, so hopefully they're pretty used to controlling their nerves. I was mentioning it later or earlier on that especially when you start off in these first days, I don't think the players are going to be as nervous as day 4, day 5, when there's a lot less competitors and your chances of taking home that $100,000 is a lot higher than it is now. So I think we're seeing the most calm we will see these players throughout the rest of these 6 days.
Absolutely. There's definitely going to be a tension that sort of continues to grow as we go throughout the competition and all these different days. Everyone's going to start looking at each other like, oh, ally, but then, keeping an eye on them just in case.
Feels a little too happy right now. I mean, I know everyone's excited, but it's, it kind of also underlies that there's a tone of something might change at one point. Is, of course, the Survival Cup can't just be all laughs and jumps. Oh, there's some competition, but as they get those little secrets here unveiled, as they stare at the wall, getting an idea of what might become what they're facing in a few moments, there's still that sense of joviality, maybe just not even knowing and not having to know, just being in the moment. But again, how long will this last? That's the question.
That kind of looked like tug of war, right, Jojo? If I were to make
if I was to
an
assume,
assumption.
yeah, I would assume something along those lines. I don't know. Is this just fishing? I don't know. I feel like it's going to be very broad, and then I feel like there's going to be some twist to it, whichever, game it is. So I'm trying not to lock in on, oh, it's only tug of war. If there were to be a tug of war game, I'm sure there's going to be some crazy twist to it.
100%. Taking a look at Loser Fruit here. We were talking about her previously. Rain.
Yeah. Great
Excited
creator.
to see what type of strategies she might be coming in with, or maybe just, going in blind for fun here, but it looks like she's kind of got a little group being huddled up. You see Hannah across from her. So I'm curious to see kind of how this plays out.
I love seeing the little groups forming already and everyone just having some conversations here and there. I'm sure no one's, well, maybe aside from CPK, but I'm sure most people haven't fully formed alliances, but I'm sure everyone's just trying to get to know each other and be like, hey, maybe this is a potential for an alliance at some point. Oh, we hear some music in the background.
Yeah, something's happening.
Oh. So far, up top, it says 0 player, 0 prize. So the Survival Cup Minecraft staff gotta, getting the work done here.
That's right.
Getting the numbers ready. It is $100,000 for the first place, which we will see on day 6, the final day, after only 1 player remains.
And of course, 200 players right there in front of you. Look at that. It's a beautiful symphony of Minecraft and in your ears right now, as we got some classical music. So maybe a couple of horns as well. French horn.
I love the sound of people just like smacking each other. Just like as someone who plays so much Minecraft, it's like the universal way of like, hey, friend, what's up? You just like start punching at them.
How's it going? And then the classical music in the background right before the terror that these players are gonna experience.
Right?
Oh,
Uh-oh.
Ooh,
I see
little
something.
sneak peek of the hallways. That's menacing.
there's a bit of kind of terror
Yeah.
with this scene. It doesn't seem scary, but it feels a bit
It feels
scary.
scary, yeah. It's about the vibes.
It's the
Kinda looks-
foreboding.
We kind of know how this continues on based on previous survival cups, which is why a normal scene like that seems so intimidating. But we'll take a look at Renrise here, who so far isn't in a group
No,
of
pero
people,
ahorita ya
seems
hablé
to
con
just kind of
gente.
be looking around. She just said that she has talked to some people, but no set alliance from what I can see yet.
You know what? I don't blame her. I would also still be in bed if I could be.
I was gonna say, who's claiming the bed? I mean, finally, Rinrise doing what we would have thought. No one's claimed the top bunk though.
That's
Not
true.
yet.
No, that's too far up there. It's scary. What if I
Don't
roll
wanna
off
fall
the
down
bed?
from there. Yeah.
Where would you guys be bunking if you were in this situation? And let's just say it's not Minecraft. Are you going for a top bunk? You going for a low bunk?
I'm going middle.
Going middle? That's
Yeah,
solid.
somewhere in the middle. Yeah.
I think I'd be climbing around. I remember in these scenarios, I'd like to kind of explore and see if there's like a place you could try and parkour to. I know in like the corners where there aren't beds,
Oh,
if
okay.
it were to go nighttime, there are some places that might be a bit more difficult to jump to. So the competitive aspect to me would be kind of try and like strategize those things now, jumping around, looking around, trying to find clues, trying to see what's possible. But
You're thinking ahead. I
You are
love
thinking
that.
ahead, my friend. That was nice.
I was
Good
just
answer.
thinking of where I'd be comfortable.
that is a good thought. Here we have Germán talking about punching his other opponents here. Also just the friendly banter back and forth. I wonder how many of these players are like repeat competitors that have been in Survival Cup 1 and 2 as well.
That's right. Ibai is someone who was in Survival Cup 2, now back in Survival Cup 3.
And to guess what
Mystery box.
these icons on the wall mean. Mystery box.
Big brain.
You can tell that most of the players who see that very first symbol that Ibai just looked at all the way to the right, they all know that that's the final game because it is the same symbol as Survival Cup 2, which is the final 1v1.
Which you were bringing up earlier, Rain. You were asking me, alongside or aside from movement, what's most important? And what we saw in Survival Cup 2, when it was that final 1v1, if you were an experienced Minecraft PvPer, you did have an advantage there. You can correct me if I'm wrong, Jojo, but I believe they even had like golden apples and some, maybe even fishing rods. I'm trying to remember how many items they had for that final PvP, but being an experienced Minecraft player will definitely give you a bonus in odds when you're in those last moments. We don't know if it's going to be the same 1v1 or what the challenge will be at the end, but I think in terms of Minecraft experience, that final kind of game mode is where it will matter the most.
That's right. And if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure the final 1v1 on Survival Cup 2 was literally just punching each other. They had no
That's
items.
crazy.
It was literally just fist fighting. And then whoever got downed would unfortunately have to just get carried off the edge of the mountain there. We saw it in the cinematic earlier, which was a beautiful cinematic. But yeah, I mean, it's scary stuff because being good at PvP is, especially depending on the version of Minecraft that they're on, which I can assume is more recent ones, you have to time your hits. If you're looking at this player, you see how they're swinging their arm and under their crosshair, there's like a little bar that fills up.
Yep.
So that bar, when it's not there or if it's full, that's when you do the most amount of damage. But if the bar isn't filled up, you don't do as much damage. So being able to time your hits to when that bar is full, I mean, it takes a lot of getting used to. And even someone like Goldified, who is extremely good at this, he has told me in the past to do I forget what it's called, but it's one of those like timer things that play beeps like on a rhythm. I forget what it's called.
Metronome.
And yeah, metronome. He told me to get a metronome on and put it at like, I think it was like 180 something. And that's the perfect amount to swing your hand at. And I'm like, how do you know all of this?
Constantly on.
But that's how he got better. So, I mean, I guess it works.
The experience coming into play. Then you even have like knockbacks and all sorts of things that go into play. So like you said, those type of Minecraft players that have, you know, those clocks in their ears as they're playing are going to be the ones that will excel in those game modes.
Yeah,
But
if you see a 1v1 and there's a metronome in the back of somebody's audio, we know the other player is in trouble.
That's a scary sign.
That's a GG, buddy.
You want to run
the
away?
metronome strat.
That would be terrifying. The more you know.
And nightmares are just the boop, boop, boop. Oh, no, not again.
He's coming.
He's coming for me. Wake up, honey. Wake up.
I think
hear
the
a
music
different
is getting
song.
louder. Yeah,
Yeah.
you hear that too? Something with the audio has changed here. I wonder if there's going to be like a drop down globe, you know, where the prize pool starts racking up and the
Ooh.
players. Oh, we ask you to remain silent. Okay, something is
It
coming.
seems to be starting soon.
As the players have finally stopped jumping as much, you can see they've been brought to attention. Words finally forming from who? Well, they're about to find out as Survival Cup takes another step forward.
Oh.
And some new characters arrive.
Something is going to be said here. Will it be an explanation of the game modes? Will it be the prizing?
I
A
hope it's
secret?
surprising. I want to see that. Dramatic stop.
I would
Not
like to
ready.
extend a heartfelt welcome to you all. Everyone here will participate in different games over the next 6 days. Those who win all the games will get a handsome cash prize.
The number of players now says 200.
Here's the piggy bank. She seems a little empty though.
Everyone in
Yeah,
this
there's something
room
like
are living on
100,000.
their limit, with debts you can't really pay off. When we first met, we played an innocent game. You trusted us and offered to participate in these games voluntarily. Here, players can play fair under the same conditions. Out there, you suffered from inequality and discrimination. So we will give you one last chance to choose. Will you go back to living in your old and depressing lives, getting chased by your creditors? Or would you act and seize this last opportunity we are offering here? Next, let me announce the rules to be followed during each game. Rule number 1. The player cannot stop playing. Rule number 2. The player who refuses to play will be eliminated. Rule number 3. The games cannot end, even if the majority votes on it. We send you our best wishes for your success. Very soon, you will receive the instructions to start the first game.
Shivers
That
down
was
my
awesome.
spine. I'm getting nervous for the players. I'm not even playing.
Yep, the game masters have just come in to lay the law down for Survival Cup number 3, as they've given them an opportunity to opt out of the game if they want. If they are opting out, they are eliminated, but I don't think anyone's leaving right now. They want to play and have a chance to get what could be in that piggy bank one day, as the game masters will leave and leave the players to themselves before we get ready for our first game of Survival Cup 3.
What will it be?
Episode 1. Coast is clear.
Whew.
All right, guys, let's do
I mean,
email
that's-
now. Mods,
that's
if you-
intense
if you
stuff.
If you can.
Coast
Yeah.
is clear. What could that be meaning?
We haven't yet gotten the explanation of this game mode. Neither have the
Guys, do
players
whatever
here, so
emotes
it's
make
all
you
about
happy.
thinking what could it possibly be.
What is this? What is this?
Man, I don't know. We saw a little icon of tug of war. We saw someone fishing. Oh, I think we saw like a pair of roller skates. A clock.
We have cool
What
life
is-
game. Trying to think what this could mean.
Oh,
I'm
maybe
trying to
this is
think
the
myself.
nighttime. The
Ah,
nighttime thing. I don't know. That's just what I'm thinking.
Possibly. Possibly. I'm curious the book as well. I don't remember. Wasn't there some sort of spelling type game, like a cell phone game almost? And I think it
Yeah.
was Survival Cup 1, maybe 2. Maybe it was the second one actually.
Gosh, they're all starting to blend. I'm gonna have to freshen up because it's all blending and I don't remember and I feel bad because I feel like I should remember.
No, I remember there was something like it. So I'd be curious to see if they do a similar game mode once again.
Oh my gosh, seeing all the players when you hold tab like that is
It's
so bizarre.
terrifying.
You can actually see the player list off to the left side of the screen here for anyone watching at home and is curious. As we go through the games and people are eliminated, those names will start getting crossed off. So right now, everyone is still in. So
For now.
for now,
For a very
For
short
now.
amount of time.
yeah, it won't last long. We can appreciate it for now, though.
See how many pages there are of players. It's 200 players competing. It is ridiculous how much competition there is here. I hear, I believe even Japanese being spoken.
Yeah, I thought I forgot Spanish for a second there until I realized it was a different language.
This is what I love, though. It'd be insane if we saw some sort of global alliance, Japanese, English, Spanish, all these players, multiple languages, teaming up
That would be
together.
awesome. Oh, here we go.
Once again, the players need to be silent, is what they were told in the chat in game. So potentially here we might get some sort of clue or hint at what the first game mode might be.
Perhaps it's time that door opens and they head over to the first minigame before they're even told what it is.
Perhaps.
Patience seeming to be a name of the game here as well, as there's just so much anticipation.
Attention. The
And
game is about to begin.
now,
All players,
more words.
follow the instructions and proceed to the game room.
Well, you guys are right. Time to go to the game room. It's about to begin as all of our competitors, all 200 of our Survival Cup 3, make their way
Fitting
through
through the
that
door.
door. That's a flexible door right there. I'll tell you
Oh
that.
my gosh.
It's like one of those clown cars where like
Yeah.
10 people come out of it, you know, but here it's 200 people just coming out of one door. What if you just stay in the bedroom, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe like hide in a corner. If we see
You don't
199
wanna know.
players in the first game mode, we know why.
Yeah. Oh, and of course,
Here
they've
we
got to
go.
transfer to the game room, so they'll be taking a very iconic staircase.
They get checked in through this. You gotta. That's how you know that they're keeping track of each player.
Mm.
You can see the game masters too, bottom left of the screen there. Some of the players kind of eyeballing them
Having
down.
conversations. Yeah.
Trying to speak with them. If my memory is correct, I don't think they will be responding.
They like the
Sometimes
royal
they do
guard.
speak.
Correcto, Víctor, es un poco lo que dices. Por eso, y desde esa época, pues ha llegado hasta que lo dijese tu padre en
This is exciting. The players don't even know yet what they're getting themselves into. They have an idea.
Follow the
There is
steps.
2 game modes per day as a reminder, 6 total days of competition, and we're getting closer and closer to even
That's
not
right.
not only start the first one, but just learn what it actually is.
Stop you.
That's right. The anticipation is. Oh, it's too much. It's too much for little old me.
I like
Seeing
that.
Tina walk through. How do they know which turn to take?
I guess it's just a big.
Yeah, I feel like you
Here,
can't
we
jump
have
in
some
this
differences.
instance,
Some
or
people going. Oh, never mind. I
you
thought
might
some
get
people were going
crushed.
left, some were going right. I imagine just the person leading has no idea where they're going, and everybody's just following them.
That would be me. I'd get lost and follow the wrong person.
They were told
There's
to
Fairly
follow the
Gab.
game
Game
masters,
master.
so hopefully there's one up
And
there. Otherwise, yeah, they may be having
Maybe the game master is lost. You never know.
You never know.
That would be a bad day on the job.
Yeah. You had one job.
Muchísimos, ¿eh? ¿A quién mata el año pasado de un botellazo? A
Talking about
Folagor.
how many players there are in this kind of small area.
Yeah, you don't realize how much 200 is until you see it like this. And you're like, wow, 200 is a big number, huh?
I don't think that's even everyone yet that's arrived, almost.
Yeah, everyone's still making their way in. I really love seeing how there's still so many names that I'm recognizing from Survival Cup 2. And I feel like there's going to be so many more that I won't even realize until way later, because 200 players is a lot. And
Uh-oh.
I think they're in the elevator
Lights
right now,
out.
taking them to the new game, or the next game rather.
Shift
This
the
elevator's
scenery.
too dark.
It's a little terrifying.
Yeah.
I would not want to be in an elevator with 200 people.
Definitely not. Hopefully the elevator doesn't get stuck here.
And they are all jumping.
That is true.
I have gotten stuck in an elevator with like 7 people before.
Oh no.
And yeah,
Not a
200
fun
would be too many.
experience.
No, no, because we were also in the UK, so there was no AC.
Oh no.
So we were just like, it was so hot in there.
I have as well, but it was like a glass elevator, so you could see through it. Made it a bit
Oh my
better.
gosh.
Less
That's a little
claustrophobic.
scary.
Just watching me stuck in it, like, hey, how's it
Hey.
going?
At least someone knew that,
if
that you were stuck.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. My
Game
ET
masters.
almost leading the pack here. I believe this is the front of the line, basically, as the players enter now. Yet another room. This doesn't seem to be an elevator this time. This could
Players,
potentially be.
follow the staff.
Oh,
This
The
very
arena?
well may be the room of their very first minigame, which we still don't know what it is called or what the point of the minigame is.
I see some doors, a couple tunnels potentially,
Ooh,
a few now on the screen.
there's no way game 1 they get split up into teams.
I don't know
Or-
if it's gonna be teams. Maybe.
I don't know.
Four tunnels so far?
archways. It's very
That
interesting.
does sound like a team type of thing. This is part of the excitement, right? You don't really know what you're getting yourself into.
Some of these people are brave though for just going straight into the tunnel, like
Just
trying to
picking
see
a
what's going
random
on.
one. Yeah, they don't even.
I'd take my sweet time. Oh my gosh, Miskiv thinking about leaving for a split second there.
He's like, is this worth it? Like the little chicken legs on his head. I think that's what they are. Drumsticks.
Yeah.
Something I can hide.
I love that people are already putting up their Christmas trees and stuff. Like I know it's a little too
Yeah.
early still, but I love it.
I just had that conversation this morning. I was potentially considering doing it.
I think I'm gonna do it. I think I'm gonna do it
I
right
think it's
after
time.
this.
Let us know, chat. Is it too early? Put the holiday decorations up. Is
It's
it
never
not?
too early.
Go for it. Go for it.
Welcome all
Oh.
players to the first game.
Okay, so they didn't get
Here we
split
go.
up.
Oh, I see a red line.
All
We
players
talked
will
about
swing
it
the
earlier,
field.
Jojo. This gives you kind of that flashback to red light, green light in the initial survival cup.
Oh no, is it gonna be that again? Maybe
Let's
fast
see.
reflexes will be important today.
I would not want to cross that line if I was these players. The doll is present as well.
I love the scenery. I know it's just like a wall of mountains, but it's very well made.
Okay. So based on our previous knowledge, this does look very similar to red light, green light, where you have a moment that you can walk forwards, but then if the doll turns back at you and you're still moving, you would get eliminated. Is how it would work originally.
Well, hopefully we'll be told what the actual instructions will be very soon.
It is a different doll, to be fair.
That is true.
Oh,
Oh wow.
let's listen in here. I feel like we might get some instructions.
This sounds like this is it.
Welcome all players to the first game. Before we begin, please enter through one of the doors. Each room has a maximum capacity of 50 people.
Oh,
They're running.
Interesting.
There's no music. There's no sound. You can feel the terror now, though. A lot different vibes from the bedroom.
Oh my gosh. So
And
they're just running
walking
straight
right
through
past
this.
it. Yeah.
Huh.
You can see
But they are
kind of
getting split up.
There is still 4 tunnels, doorways, however you want to call it. A bedroom.
Oh, we're taking a nap?
First
Let's
choice
go.
here, JoJo, is the 50 people that you've decided to go into a room with.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really think people made much of a decision to go in with certain people. I think everyone just ran
Before
straight
we
into
begin,
a door.
Please enter through one of the doors. Each room has a
Okay.
maximum capacity of 50 people.
Oh boy.
Okay.
I mean, how do you even count it?
So 4 rooms, 200 total players, 50 in each. I don't think they're going to let them go to bed again. So I don't know why there's so many beds in here. Well, to be honest, I said so many, but for 50 people, there
Definitely
doesn't
not
seem
enough.
to be enough. There's also these kind of like wardrobes, I guess, by the beds.
I'm really trying to figure out what's about to be happening here because there does seem to be another doorway here. So I don't know how this is all going to play out, but I feel like we are about to embrace some chaos.
100%.
Attention
Something is
players.
unsettling.
Instructions are about to begin.
You have my attention. I am listening.
My attention is here. Oh,
Welcome to the first game. The game is called Sweet Dreams. You must go through the house without being caught by the creature. In each room, you'll find a light. When the light turns green, you can move around the room. When the light turns red, you must sleep in the beds or hide in the closets to avoid getting caught by the creature. But beware, not all closets can be used. Players who are caught by the creature will be eliminated. The players who manage to leave the house without being detected will pass this phase.
that is
I
one
just got
freaky
chills.
monster.
I just got chills. So, a quick look. I did see a golden wardrobe there. So, I think the way this is going to work is they have been split up into groups of 50 in their bedrooms where they can either choose to hide in a bed or a wardrobe when that light does turn off and the light goes red. And I guess during the green light, they could freely roam around and try and hunt for a bed or a wardrobe to hide in.
That's right. So it seems like you can only hide in a bed or wardrobe if its color changes to gold. So I guess if it's in its original color, whether it's a bed or a wardrobe, then you can't get in it. So you have to be very attentive. Sounds like a lot of fast reflexes are necessary for this.
Yeah, that was a good element you came up with, but also the players have to be aware of how many people are around them. Is a certain, section of this house less populated, higher odds of you getting in that golden wardrobe or bed? Is there another kind of room deeper in that house that they have more beds and wardrobes? I wonder if they're gonna kind of like travel through, right, with more options.
That's a great question. I mean, it all comes down to figuring it out in the first 20 to 30 seconds of this game, because otherwise it might be too late and you might get caught by the monster. You can see at the top there's a timer. There's only 40 seconds left before everyone's read the instructions. Hopefully they have everything, you know, locked in. But it's scary. I didn't like that monster.
No, I did not like him either. That monster was terrifying. I wonder if in these next 20 seconds the lights will turn on and then they will be able to freely roam and instantly see golden wardrobes or beds, or if they have to wait for the lights to turn off and they'll have to kind of react quickly to the ones that have a difference visually.
Well,
yeah, I mean, that's what we'll find out.
We are about to find out. Our first game of Survival Cup 3, Sweet Dreams, about to begin. So Jojo and Takata, I'm going to lay off, let you guys help commentate this one as the players begin their journey.
Awesome. Thank you, Rain. And let's see what happens now. The lights are on and nothing is gold. So I guess we have to wait until the lights are off to sort of make those decisions.
Looking to see at the doors as well. I don't see that either end is open. Alana also just confirmed that. So you can't necessarily progress forwards yet, and you can't pick a bed or a wardrobe. Jojo, I want to know, what would you do in this situation? Would you kind of try and position yourself in between the beds, very close to a wardrobe, or kind of bank on one of the doors opening?
I would honestly stand far away from where there's big groups of people, because it'll grant me a higher chance of, you know, clicking on something first. But I don't know. It's a little bit scary. If this was real life, I'd just sit in a corner and cry. But, you know, since it's Minecraft and the monster isn't real. Oh gosh, that jump scared me.
Yeah, that actually scared me. Oh, okay.
Oh, wow. Okay, so maybe don't go through the door.
Yeah. It was a bit terrifying.
La historia de unos niños alegres. Su madre les dijo, recuerden, niños.
Little story being told now.
Little good night story. Okay. Night night.
The creature will take those who are awake. They had stories and were intrigued to know what will happen if they did not sleep. Still, they preferred to follow their mother's advice. So, when they realized the sun was beginning to set, they hurried to sleep in their beds. Their mother wished them good night. Children, it's time to sleep. Sweet dreams. Good night, Mom.
Oh gosh.
I'm scared.
Okay. I think very shortly the lights might turn off here, or at least the golden wardrobes and beds will appear.
Hopefully. We can see the light is still green on top of the door. And there it is. Oh, Sylvie stealing the bed instantly. You can see that there were two other people on top of it, and she instantly took it from them. Those fast reflexes, man.
Look how many people have yet to find a golden wardrobe or bed. More being found now. Neptuni gets one.
There it is.
But there's still so many players.
You can see that they're not immediately showing up. But they do light up as well. Oh. Uh-oh. Someone still hasn't found it, but there's 3 open over here.
Okay. Javier jumping to 1. There's still 3 open ones left. 3 players perfectly going to fit them. But how many have been left?
Oh, no. And we see 1 person left behind. Oh, no.
JH de la Cruz is currently panicking. Rightfully so.
Yeah,
I mean, seems to be the only one.
I don't think you can do much at this point. Nothing else is lighting up. I think we know who is confirmed out for this first round.
Oh, if I remember correctly, I think JH was also one of the first players to be eliminated in, I think it was Survival Cup 1.
Oh no.
So I hope he maybe hides under the bed or something, somewhere where the monster can't find you.
Oh.
He's right in front of the doorway. This is quite literally the worst place you could be in.
No, maybe just hide behind the door. This is a great hiding spot.
Calculated strategy.
Leave. Imagine.
Escape. Be free.
Uh-oh. Oh no.
I am terrified.
Oh no. That. Oh my gosh, that scared me.
Okay. This might be the end.
Por favor, no.
He's saying no, please.
It's
no.
too soon.
Oh, you can see the emotion. The unsettling emotion of now the monster finding its first victim.
Oh.
Jota H. de la Cruz gets eliminated.
111 eliminated.
Our first player eliminated.
It's so saddening. Oh, we see another player.
174 eliminated.
Tio Sure.
Theo Sure. Oh.
2 players down. Look, there are 200 players, 50 in each room. So far only 2 is not too bad. But
There's
I might
the
have
third.
spoken too soon.
I think there's going to be 1 in each room, so that sounds like 4 eliminations happening right now.
Player 170 eliminated.
Oh. Did that player get taken out of a wardrobe? Or
I don't know. Maybe they were hiding in the corner
I think
there.
they were hiding, yeah.
Player 158 eliminated.
At least 4 players eliminated so far, and I don't think it's over yet.
It's not. It's not. I'm sure there's going to be more rounds of this.
Oh, I see.
Players, please proceed to the next room.
Yeah, now they're going to be able to progress to a new room, which I assume is going to have less beds
Attention players,
and less
please
wardrobes.
proceed to the next room.
That's concerning.
So the chances of you surviving get slimmer and slimmer as you progress through the rooms.
Now that is scary. But, I mean, hey, shout out to all the 196 players who are still here.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Maybe a little too early to celebrate, but
We'll celebrate later, I guess. That's the thing about survival cups. You don't really, it's hard to celebrate because there's so many people who get eliminated as well that it just feels kind of sad.
Right. You can see now adaption as these players are right clicking or trying to enter the bed as they know one of these beds at least, if not all of them, like the previous room, is going to turn golden. So they're trying to just click it faster than their opponents.
That's right. Is she playing on a Minecraft or on a controller?
Well, she was playing, as I believe she is getting eliminated right now. Incinerated. But she might have been playing on a dance pad.
Either that or the Xbox controller. Either way, now we know that's not the right strategy.
A valiant effort, though, as the doll enters the room once again. And I believe now these players are just trying to see who can claim the beds first. That is what turned golden initially before the wardrobes. I don't think a single wardrobe was gold.
That's right. So it's the beds first and then the closets.
Remembering his mother's words. Because you should always listen to your mother. They hurried and rushed into their beds, just in time for nightfall. Their mother wished them good night. Good night, children. Get some rest. Good night, Mom.
That doll is creepy. That's almost more creepy than the monster. I'm scared. All right, now I think is the time. Or either maybe if they switch it around, the wardrobes now become gold first. How crazy would that be?
That would be
Instead
interesting.
of the beds.
Got to switch it up every round.
Nope. Beds have been
instantly
claimed.
people went to bed. Yep.
Whoever didn't click fast enough now has to panic. A bit of thrill as the wardrobes start to begin. Players hiding more and more, but you can see Tina Kidden banking on it, and it worked.
Oh, you gotta really commit, because I mean, knowing my luck, if I was committed to looking at one wardrobe, as soon as I turn away, it'll turn gold.
That would be tragic. I mean, if you think about it, I believe only 1 or 2 players were left out in the previous room. And this time around, I don't think it's going to be much more. as I only see 2 players
It does
that have
seem
yet
to
to
be
find
two.
one. Natalan and Danis.
Oh no. I have a feeling I know what's about to happen.
Uh-oh.
Y support.
Axother as
No
well.
puedo hacer nada, mirar. En pantalla. Me ha petado el Minecraft, ¿sabes? O sea, no puedo hacer nada. Es que si va a crecer el Minecraft.
Oh no.
Oh, that's unlucky. Danis Pino as well, not looking. As you can see on the screen, some of the players are having a bit of difficulties, so I'm curious to see how that is gonna turn out. But the game mode, it's exciting. What did you think of it, Rain?
Sweet Dreams. I gotta say, that's giving me nightmares, no doubt about it. That was a great call on how creepy the mom was and the story, but also how scary and kind of jump scare terrifying that monster entering that door was. You can see too, I loved, I think it was J.H. De La Cruz who was basically like trying to do the door tech. Like, let me just find a way to like make sure this can't be real. I can't be going out first. But unfortunately, that is what it is in the Survival Cup. You have to say goodbye to a few. And we've already eliminated, I believe, our first 4 and now going into our 8 as we get that settled back up. But I loved it. I thought that game really added a layer of, you know, we're all mentioning our natural elements of success. So let's go back to it. Right strategy right now. You know, you can see when it was just one person who couldn't get into it, Jojo, that yes, okay, there's a bit of luck involved, but now 2 people not being able to get into it, the big decision is like, do I stay with this wardrobe and hope another one opens up nearby? Do I try to keep tracking the lights and being first to move? I think deciding and going with where you are is probably the best bet. But it was interesting how people started to figure out which way they wanted to go about it.
Yeah, I think for me, now that we saw basically a round and a half, I can tell that the corners are probably the better positions to stay at, because you have that initial wall of wardrobe and then the other wall from the corner, of course, which means you kind of can bank on staying in that corner and just hoping that you get a wardrobe if, of course, you didn't get a bed. So I think that's kind of the strategy I would start to develop as I go. But definitely you have to bank on what you're looking at, because knowing me, I'll turn around, it's going to turn gold, someone else is going to take it, and I'm going to be really sad about that.
And that's that. The issue is, though, I believe because of the corner having more opportunities, a majority of the players are kind of grouping up on the ends, which might make it a bit more difficult. But I'm on your boat. I think you try and spam right click for the bed initially, and if you don't get it, you just lock in on a set of wardrobes and wait for one of them to turn gold.
Yep.
Yeah, that is, oh, man, this is so interesting too. And you could tell that tension was a palpable element of the dynamic. So while we're in this game, you know, I'm staring at you guys like rapt, just looking at this footage and getting scared, jumping into it. I could tell that once they went into the actual room, that these players feel like they're in the game. They do not feel like, oh, this is a little fun little tournament. You know, they're like, I'm trying to survive here at Tokata. It really creates a great blend of feelings, you know, when you're watching it.
Right, we saw in the start, just how calm the players were, but then as they get into the room, you can see the facial expressions, the vibes, the amount of communication and talking that's going back and forth just completely changes. They lock in and get ready and focused. The thing is, now they kind of understand the game mode, right, Jojo? So it's strategizing as they have this time to kind of think of what they're going to do next.
Yeah, no, I think you put it perfectly, just like how everyone locked in. I just think it's funny, as we were spectating, just the streamers were completely silent. They weren't even saying, oh, I gotta go over here. No, completely silent, locked in. And yes, just sticking to a strategy. I mean, ultimately, that's what it comes down to in these games. If you don't have the confidence in yourself and don't have the confidence in your own strategies, it can really bite you. All right, so you got to stay locked in and got to stay committed to your strategies. At least that's what I would do. I don't know how that would, you know, end up, but that's what I would do.
It doesn't feel, the reason this game also feels interesting to me more so than maybe another game that comes out the gate and you just know that you're trying to be the best at this exact thing, is that this game is not coming forward as a strategy game. You're kind of a little scared. It's dark. You're like, the vibe has changed. You're really focused. and then only one person goes down in round one, you feel like, okay, maybe it's just luck. Maybe I got a little unlucky. Then round two, you realize, wait, no, I can't just run around, and I've got to actually have a way I want to play this game. You know, it's not just one person, and I hope I'm not the first out of the other 49. You know, now there's a significant more chance, and I've got to figure out how I'm going to be ahead of the other two people that are unfortunately not going to be there. So as we jump back into it, here's an update. Round one will still count. So the 4 players we saw eliminated in round one will stay eliminated, but round two is going to be a complete restart and remake. So maybe a good chance for them, as I'll send it back to you guys to take it away, to understand the stakes in round two and the strategies they want to start using.
But yeah. Thank you so much. So basically, if you saw the monster eat that person, they are eliminated. But if not, they are still in the game. So round two, Jojo, it looks like it's going to be starting shortly.
I'm nervous. I'm nervous because now everyone knows what could potentially happen. And I mean, after a little pause, I feel like people start getting in their heads a lot. So hopefully everyone's still just as equally locked in as they were before. And, you know, just trying to stay consistent in this game. Lay down in the bed. Otherwise, go to a wardrobe.
I'm looking, and I think there's at least 3 people fighting for one bed in each bed that's in this room. So the odds, I mean, they're not incredibly high, but they're not that low either.
Yeah, just spam clicking on a bed. Oh, it seems like maybe we're getting the story time again.
Yes, potentially. The light is green, so...
On. Just kidding.
Just like that.
They trolled. I would have thought they were starting it over. But here it is. We see some players kind of holding this corner, and someone actually got away with it.
I saw.
You can see it lights up.
Rubius failed to get a bed, but instantly looked at the wardrobes and jumped into one of them. So that fast reaction time is incredibly important. Those reflexes, as you were bringing up. But look how many people are still wandering around.
I mean, it's scary.
Yet to find a wardrobe.
You can see everyone.
Sylvie's already in the wardrobe.
Gab! Okay, Gab's safe.
Good. Gab is safe. That's all I needed to hear.
Maybe now you can kind of peek out a little bit in the wardrobe and see if your potential alliance members, if you have any, are still alive or not. What it looks like.
Oh no.
Alex might have not found somewhere to hide.
That is unfortunate.
Uh-oh, cinematic rolls through. Monster breaks in. This is terrifying. Where do you hide here, Jojo?
I
no
don't.
No beds left, no wardrobes left.
I don't hide. I'd go out into the middle of the hallway, accept my fate.
Just let it happen.
You can tell she's rightfully upset. I mean, listen, I wouldn't be too happy getting eliminated so early on, but it's gotta happen, right? Someone has to get eliminated.
There's 200 players. After this round, who knows how many will be left. Bruno goes down as well. Unicornio goes down. It seems that I don't even know how much more, if more players were eliminated or if it was the same amount as in the first round.
It seems like it's 2 per room.
Right. Well, depending on how many rounds we have. So far. I believe we have 8 at least eliminated.
Sorry, I'm just looking at his camera. Why does he have so many gaming chairs in the background?
Bruno's known to do a lot of just chatting type streams with his friends, so a lot of collaborations, a lot of people that join him, which is why he has, I'd say, what, 5-6 chairs in the background.
There's a lot of chairs.
As now the players that were eliminated are being transported to the end, I guess.
Wherever the end is.
Yeah.
Y yo, mi habilidad la tuve, porque las 2 veces le pega a la cama, encima que el otro me robó la cama, yo conseguí un armario para esconderme. Y me reinician el mapa, boludo. Así no se puede. Posta, así no se puede.
Bruno was unable to get the beds, is what he was saying, so he was going for the wardrobes.
Saquen el sumo
He got it in the first attempt, but in this final one, he was unable to do it.
It's rough. I mean, the further you go into these rounds, the more you're like, wait, I could do it. I could do it. And so going out in a later round it just feels very, very sad. But again, it's got to happen.
It's got to continue. Once again, you have to make that decision. Do you risk it for a bed? Do you battle against the other players that are just spam right-clicking the bed? Or do you just wait for the wardrobe to appear? It's a quite quick transition between bed to wardrobe. So if you don't get that bed, you have to instantly kind of flick to the side and look for a wardrobe. Rubius did it perfectly in the last round.
That's right. Ooh, another story.
Oh, how yummy are the marshmallows. The flame of the campfire began to die out. They added the last branches and sang the last song of the night to the rhythm of a guitar. The children's mother reminded them that it was time for their bed and that the creature is looking for disobedient children. So, they went back to the house, put on their pajamas and snuggled under the covers. Their mother wished them good night. Rest well, children. See you tomorrow. Good night, Mom.
Do not disobey. That's what
If
I
this
took
has
away
taught me
from
anything,
that.
yeah, it's to
Was my
obey your
takeaway.
mother.
Yeah. In this case,
We
a
can
scary
see.
doll.
Yeah, right. Can see people are fighting for this bed. I'm very curious to see who's going to get it first.
Will Sylvia get it? Are you banking
She's
on
locked
it?
in.
Oh,
Oh, she
unable
doesn't
to.
get it.
Quickly, though.
Oh, what a
Reacting to the
fantastic
wardrobe.
strategy.
You can see Rubius trying to pre-fire the wardrobes here. This strategy actually, I wonder if it's better to do that or just wait like he buy and react. We'll see now as they're going head to head. Rubius versus a buy. This is a clash of titans.
Oh my gosh.
Rubius wins with the pre-fire clicks, but will there be another wardrobe? The clock's ticking, 5 seconds left. Rubius laughing in a buy's face. As he might have just found one and he gets
There it
in.
is. Oh my gosh. See, that's what I'm telling you. You got to commit to your wall because he almost walked away from that for a second.
That is terrifying. I felt the pressure as the clock was ticking. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, and Ibai got in just in the last moment. Wonder how many players got left out.
Yeah, I'm trying to... I would assume it's probably 2 players per room again, if I had to guess. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Javi. It's not looking good.
Oh. It might be only 1 person per room by the looks of it.
I just tried running through that door at this point, but
All right.
there's no escaping. Lake anger going down.
O sea, ahí sí no podía hacer nada. Peligro.
We can see all the players getting eliminated.
You can see that people are still having fun with it, which is a beautiful view.
100%. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Bye-bye. This is the end, but you're taking it with confidence.
I love that. I love
That's
that.
exactly what you're looking for. As now another player is eliminated. Of the 200 already, at least 12 have gone down in this first round of the day. You can see the emotions from a lot of these players. Some of them laughing it out. Some of them still scared. Will there be another room, though?
It seems like it, as they are being told to advance forward. Girl of Nox not particularly excited to do it again.
Definitely not. I wonder how many rounds of this these players are going to have to go through.
You can only hope that the less the better, because this is a very stressful game.
I was assuming that more players would be getting eliminated each round, and there was going to be less wardrobes, less beds, but I believe it's the same each time. Like you said, at least 2 players a room that are getting eliminated. Same strategy coming through.
That's right.
At this point, I think it might be best to just look around and see where the least amount of players are kind of grouped up at.
That's
the
true.
Children played near the house. Happy and confident, they drew and painted. They made crafts and ran all over the place. All together, they enjoyed the last campfire with songs. They also stargazed accompanied by the calm of nature. As the deepest night fell, their mother appeared and asked them, "Ready for bed, little ones?" So, the children happily crawled into their beds. They knew that they would return home safe and sound, having listened to their mother and avoided the creature. Their mother wished them good night. Children, it's time to sleep. Sweet dreams. Good night, Mom.
How quirky. She said sweet dreams, the name of the game.
Muy bien.
What? A way to close it off. Makes me think this might be the last room. And just like that,
It's got to be, right? She said the
off.
last night or the last day.
Yeah.
So this has to be the final one. Banking on this wall.
It
Oh,
lasts a
that
good
music
amount
is
of time,
stressful.
though. 25 total seconds, down to just 10 seconds. The amount of players here trying to figure out if they can make it. As Dan Espino, it's not looking good. As so many wardrobes just opened up.
So many.
In the
Oh my
last
goodness.
second. I can feel the nerves. I can feel the stress myself. There's so many wardrobes that open up in the last 3 seconds. It's got to be at
That's
least
right.
5, 6.
Did Sylvie make it into that one? I saw her running through. No, Loser Fruit didn't make it.
Oh, I think Loser Fruit might be the only one in this room. This is heartbreaking as well as it is the last room if you get eliminated here.
Oh man, I mean,
Oh,
how
no.
unfortunate is this? Oh, that's freaky.
Yeah, this is not looking good.
She's doing the
Loser
07.
Fruit 07 in the chat. Great attempt. Molly also goes
Molly.
down.
Jugador
As you can
146
see,
eliminado.
the emotion from these players.
156
One after the other. 4 players have been eliminated in this
Oh,
row.
wow.
But for the ones that are currently napping or hidden in a wardrobe, maybe a little bit of excitement is going to come now as they realize that they might have just overcome the first round of the third Survival
Hopefully.
Cup.
The children
Not
learned
to
how
get too
important
excited
it
though,
is to
as there is
listen
still
and
game
follow
2.
instructions. This
All
story
right, good
is
job.
over, and I'm off to find another. I'll be back tomorrow for a new tale to discover. Sweet dreams.
Wow. I love the storytelling so much in Survival Cup.
Attention! All players who have passed sweet dreams, please proceed to the exit. We will move on to the next game.
Round of applause. Our first round victors, 183 players of the 200. Applause as well for the players that were eliminated. That's a scary way to start it off. Though, it's not as many eliminated as, for example, the red light, green light mode. So
That's
still
right.
a majority of the lobby in play here.
That's right.
Well, we've got our first game underway and complete in Sweet Dreams, the incredible storytelling adventure of choosing a bed or a closet so the monster doesn't get you. It left 17 of our competitors out for the count as we've got our first eliminations and first bit of emotion here in the Survival Cup 3, as it has certainly not been easy. A lot of hopes, a lot of wishes dashed right away. But for those who have survived, who made it through all of those rounds, there's a little bit of excitement one step closer. Jojo, Takata, it's so great to be back here. Rainda, your host for the day as we continue on. We'll be moving on to more games throughout the day as well. But before that, we're going to take a quick break. So we'll be right back with more Survival Cup 3 after this. Welcome back to Survival Cup 3. I'm your host, Rainday, alongside JoJo Solos and Tokata, who are calling the action all week long. Day one is here, and what a great way to kick off the week. It had been, at least for all 200 players, but we just saw the first 17 eliminated in our first game, Sweet Dreams. Now there's a chance to eliminate even more as we go into our next minigame, which has not been revealed yet. I just got to say, starting, with JoJo, how cool that was. Just as someone jumping in new to the Survival Cup, to see the storytelling that you had mentioned actually have an impact on the environment of the game. It definitely felt like, from a cinematic perspective, they put the players into a world that was outside of their streams for a second.
Oh yeah, I mean, it is beautiful how they craft these cinematics, even the voice actors for all the, the doll, the this, the that. I think it's super, super awesome. And I mean, we saw a lot of it in Survival Cup 2. We're seeing a lot more in Survival Cup 3. And even at the very end, when you get eliminated, there's this sort of like taking you down this hallway in this gift box. And it's all cinematic. Even at the beginning of the day, we saw it said episode 1, which is for day 1. So they really are taking it seriously. They're taking this like it's a full-on series for everyone at home to enjoy, as if it was, you know, like a show that you're watching on TV.
Yeah, well, chat, as we welcome you back, it's time to let you know that Guessing with Duncan is finished for today. Check out the Duncan leaderboard to see your placement. A friendly Twitch staff will reach out to confirm prizes for the top 10 scores and come back for the next Twitch Rivals for your chance to play and win. And chat, when you want a satisfying meal for $6, Duncan has just what you need. Try the new $6 meal deal and get a medium hot or iced coffee and a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, plus a side of hash browns for just $6. You got to take advantage of this while it lasts. Twitch Rivals runs on Duncan. And, you know, I don't know about you, but Takata, I could use a Dunkin' iced coffee right about now. Though I would say the adrenaline is pretty high after round one.
It 100% is, but this is just the beginning. Rain, we have a lot more to come. Only a few players have been eliminated. I think like 12, 13 total, 186, I believe it was. How many players are left right now? So as the mini games progress, I assume we will have more players getting eliminated. And I'm excited to see how the second one looks.
Now it's time to jump back into it as well as the players are getting ready to rock on. It's tense. It's exciting. It's the Survival Cup 3 as we jump back into the game and turn on that classical music we love to set the tone before game 2 is revealed.
You know what else is setting the tone is this beautiful conga line, or I don't know what's going on,
Snake
but
train. I think we got going
line.
here.
They're slowly following the guard there. That's awesome.
It'd be funny if all 183 players joined in on this. As you can see, as more and more players kind of begin to line up.
This is the spirit of Survival Cup. You know, it's just everyone's a little silly, goofy. Everyone locks in during the games and just having fun with it. Of course, there's a big prize pool at the end, but you can't spoil yourself of not having fun throughout.
100%. It's kind of the mix, right? Like you said, the chaos, the excitement gives these players a bit of time to freshen up, get back into a solid mindset to prepare themselves here for the second game. It is the last game of the day. 2 are played out each day. So I wonder which players are kind of a little stressed out, which ones are feeling good. As
There you go. You can see people are
break.
Yeah, people are giving a few minutes here, which is nice. 3 minutes. Speaking of 3-minute break, I'm surprised the chat was able to complete that Honda maze. I was very much betting that they wouldn't be able to do it.
Yeah, I always feel like rebelling sometimes in those mazes, you know, make it a bit more of a challenge for the chat to get it done, but they seem to always do it. They've got that game mode on lock. As we can see, there is the timer at the top of the screen, 2 minutes 30 seconds. Quackity on the screen. I love Quackity. He's got to be one of my favorite creators in the space. He does so much for combining different communities together with his translation products that he's been coming up with.
I know, I saw it. It looks so sick. I very much look up to, you know, people and events that do these different things of combining communities and all of that, which is why I loved Survival Cup 2 so much, and I love Survival Cup 3, just bringing all these different communities together, and of course Quackity being able to bridge that barrier of the language gap. So I think it's very cool.
100%. You even could see it on his screen there at the bottom right. He had it running. Recently did an announcement regarding it.
It's so cool.
As we can see now, once again, the players kind of walking around, you know, seeing how the vibes are, seeing how their competitors are feeling. Rivers with the
look at her background.
Even the outfit she's got on with, I think it's VO2 on her. Oh no, it's a number. It's a number on her outfit.
Yeah.
I was gonna say.
Oh my gosh, that's brilliant. I love that. I love when people like really bring themselves into the event.
Yeah, Rivers quite literally in the event. I mean, physically and in the game here. 57 seconds are left as the players continue on their bathroom breaks. But also the pressure will start getting on as they get the explanation for the next round. I wonder if they're theorizing, trying to think back on previous Survival Cups, what could potentially be next here.
That's right.
I think more people are gonna get eliminated. I believe. I don't know.
I mean, it's a
It's
6
days
event.
though. You are right. It is 6 days.
Makes you wonder how many people could get eliminated.
I don't see too many kind of groups of people huddled up though, to be fair. Some of them are like looking at each other, smacking each other, you know, the Minecraft friendly little communication universal.
Crouch and punch, yeah.
Yeah, crouch and punch, but I don't see like teamwork happening. You know, I don't see a group huddled together planning out strategies. It's
to be fair, it seems like everyone is muted. Like they're not able to communicate with each other here.
That's true. It's only the crouch and punch communication you can do.
Team crouch punch.
All right, the timer's up. Hopefully nobody's stuck in the bathroom.
Oh, that would be sad. That would be a sad way to start the second game, yeah.
Running to the second round from the restroom would not be an ideal way. We have people like Carola, which is having a good time, munching. Doesn't look stressed at all.
I would love to be munching.
Yeah. Honestly, looks more comfortable than anyone I've seen.
Yeah, right?
So far.
Just smiling, nodding.
Those smiles, though, will quickly turn into frowns. As it looks like this gate is shortly going to open up.
I do see people in the chat asking how many games we're going to be seeing today. We're only going to see 2 games per day. So we're about to enter our second game, which will be our final game for today.
Right. 6 total days, 2 games per day, 200 players, and a grand prize of $100,000, which will be given to the final player standing. And looking at the screen here, you see those like golden, are they golden doors on top of the pillars? I see a gold and a purple one. I don't know if it's a door or what it is exactly. I wonder if
that might be for the guards.
Yeah, the guards will appear and maybe give us a rundown. Imagine if the game is in this room. Maybe they don't even have to move. The tiles just start falling. Players start jumping around.
That would be a really cool event, actually. I would love to see something like that.
Everybody's so
the music's getting dramatic.
Misa saying, yeah, the timer's up. The bathroom break's done. What are we doing? You know, where's
everyone?
Where are the guards
Let's get the show started.
They forgot about us. Yeah, that music is definitely louder. I think Misa's in the wrong profession here.
Yeah.
Curious regarding the other competitors. He's kind of still up. It's the other thing that happens is you want to know who's still alive, who's still going after each round. Are your friends up or have they been eaten by the monster? You can see kind of in the feed who gets eliminated, but sometimes so many people get eliminated at once that you might not remember who's still going strong. And with so many players in the lobby, 183, even finding them if they are up is difficult in itself, let alone being able to kind of communicate with them.
Yeah, it's rough. People are still forming their own little lines. Everyone's wondering, hello, guard, say something. Oh.
They're excused. Seems like the guard is not being...
They're not being excused?
Excused, yeah. They have trapped. They are rebelling right now. They do not want to play the second game. Okay, the music is getting real intense now.
Beautiful music.
Attention! All players must wait in the room.
Oh, well, that's easy. We've already been doing that.
All right, good communications from the guards here. Good comms. As you can see, some players here are kind of playing closer to the gate, assuming that it is going to open up, and they want to maybe be the first ones to lay their eyes on what's next. But maybe it could be. Sometimes it's hard to know what you want to do. For example, even in the first round, you had 4 different options on which tunnel to choose. They all had the same outcome, but there might be a case where there are different outcomes. depending on the choice you make to start the round. And you never
That's
really
true.
know which is the correct one.
Hopefully we'll find out soon what this second minigame is going to be and where the stakes are at.
You can see as the players start running around and jumping more. We've lost the Congo line. No more snakes being formed.
Yeah, no, this is Minecraft or ADHD just like running around. If there was any amount of parkour, I know everyone would just be doing the parkour because that's just what you do. Oh, sneak peek.
Oh, almost. Almost got a sneak peek. Look, Jojo, you saw, well, yeah, you commentated Survival Cup 2. Was there like a favorite mini game from that one that you still remember, or maybe even just key moment that you want to see happen again here?
Honestly, I think the key moment was the finale, the 1v1 at the end. But I don't know, there were some games that were very unique, something I had never seen in Minecraft before. So I don't know if I'd be able to pick one now. I think there was one of like I forget exactly what it was called, but it was like trivia type game.
Yeah.
I don't remember what they called the minigame, but that one was really cool. I had never seen anything like that before. And I just really love how they implemented it. So I would like to see some trivia on this because, you know, being good at Minecraft is cool and all, but sometimes sometimes knowing like a little bit of trivia is kind of fun, and getting you further into the game is really cool.
100%. I like the one, I talked about it earlier. It wasn't quite trivia, but it was like a telephone game where one person got like a word and you had to continue to spell it out and kind of say it to the person beside you. And I don't know, it's the type of game modes that aren't so common within Minecraft that you never really get to see, which are exciting here, especially with so many creators grouped up. You saw in the chat today, the voice chat is disabled, so we're not seeing a lot of those conversations, but that's just for today. It will be back in the next matches, and it looks like the guards are getting stationed up, ready for a potential announcement here. And this is kind of like a steaming pot of pressure for these players, just waiting to hear what is this next round. What will we have to do?
The longer you wait, the more stressful it is. At least that's how I feel.
You have to make a prediction. Your day one, Jojo.
Oh man, like who will win?
Maybe not even winner. Let's just say to the finals. Get to those last day 6. Is there anybody that might come to mind? Any wild cards?
All right, I'm just gonna say names of people I hope make it to the final day. I don't know if they will, but here's the people I hope. Number 1, Fairly Gab. I love Fairly Gab. She's the best. We're good friends, so I would love to see her at the end of this competition. I'd love to see Quackity at the end. Hannah XX Rose, someone who's a very strong competitor. Ooh. I think she definitely has a chance of making it. Even Fit MC is just he's an overall great guy. He's been learning a little bit of Spanish, so you know, I would love to see him make it to the end as well. What about you? Who are you thinking?
It's a good question. Let us know in the chat as well who you're rooting for. Who do you think is going to take home that grand prize of $100,000 throughout these 6 days? Myself, I want to see Shadone make it again. You know, he got second place. He was so close to taking home that prize. I'd like to see the redemption arc, him coming back on top. There's so many players. Zane was my roommate before, so it'd be pretty cool to see him get far.
Oh, that's awesome.
Vicky.
Yeah, who else from the Spanish community?
You know, Vicky, I like her vibes. Comes a lot from competing, well, the kind of competitive scene in different titles. So she knows how to compete. She's got a good mind for these type of games. And hopefully it's going to allow them to make it far. There's just so many people here competing. But the best part of it is those kind of collaborations that you would never expect that you get to see with these type of tournaments. So hopefully we see more of that as the team battles.
Derek was a good competitor in Survival Cup 2. How do you think he's going to do? if you know anything about him.
I mean, check out his profile picture. Just from that, you can see he is experienced in Minecraft, so he knows.
Oh yeah.
No, va a ser recordar la forma, ya
In general skill, I believe if you're thinking odds, he has higher odds than a majority of the players here to make it to the end. Will he be able to win though? There's a lot of top tier Minecraft competitors that are playing, but it's not all skill, Jojo. It's also a bit of strategy, of even luck, of mind games, of that emotional intelligence to be able to work with or even against other players. There's so much that goes into taking home that first place spot that you really got to be well-rounded if you want to make it happen.
You got to be a jack of all trades, as some would say. And I think you're absolutely right with that. I think being only good at one thing is fantastic in some cases. But in a game like Survival Cup 1, 2, and 3 now, I think it's quite evident you need to know quite a little bit of everything.
Even certain languages can help out. You said to yourself, a lot of the English speakers after Survival Cup 1 and 2 started collaborating more with, let's say, some of the Spanish-speaking creators, and now they've been practicing their Spanish throughout these months, years. And hopefully now in this Survival Cup, it's allowed them to be able to communicate more with the other players that are competing here today.
Oh, absolutely.
Vale. Lagazo.
Absolutely. I just love looking at people's like stream setups. Here's Fit, someone who I hope does really well. Just love seeing how they set up their streams and
Bonnie
stuff.
Says, won't you join a Discord? No.
I think we got a train forming here again.
I'm enjoying the zen.
We're seeing the
We're starting
beginning
another line.
potentially of a line here as more additions
Before the storm.
get made. The calm before the storm, Bit said. Great way to put it here. As the calm is having fun, kind of just, you know, making a snake, jumping around, crouch punching your opponents. But all it takes is the explanation to start.
That's right. We've got Bad Boy Halo. Prepared to do what it takes.
Because I don't have the translate thingy and the people is like, what the fuck is going on?
You can see a lot of the players having fun, talking to each other. I wonder if any kind of strategies are being leaked here. Even alliances. Who is going to be teaming up with who when the time comes? So far, especially if we look at trends in previous Survival Cups, it starts out with a lot of solo game modes. I mean, all of them are basically solo game modes, but you do get split up into groups every now and then. And you got to be able to either work together very well with that group or work against them very well.
That's right. Yeah. Communication is very, very important. I mean, whether it's communicating to your allies or communicating with potential enemies, you got to be able to talk your way through any sort of situation. I love that some people are using, you know, translation softwares as well, like for their streams and stuff. So if you're curious, like, oh, maybe I should check out, you know, this streamer, they also happen to have something that actually shows what they're saying, whether it's in English or Spanish or whatever language that you prefer.
Yeah, shout out to Quackity for his new translation tool that's being used in the space. We've seen streamers already having it as an extension, both in third-party apps and also just directly on stream and in-game.
That's right.
So far, we haven't seen this snake successfully formed once again. There are attempts being made, but it seems like the players have had enough enjoyment, and now this guard's kind of wondering, you know, why are you trailing me? I'm getting a little suspicious here.
I love that the little VTuber has
That's
the
exactly what I was going to bring up too. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Both on the webcams and the VTuber fits. They're locked
And they got
in
their
for the
number.
vibe.
Their
Oh,
number.
it's the
They're
exact number
151.
too, yeah.
Yeah.
That's so interesting.
awesome.
Do you have a specific Minecraft skin you always use?
I do. Yeah. It's like me always in like a little pink onesie,
Okay.
and I'm wearing Crocs, and I'm and I'm wearing a little frog bucket hat.
Oh, the frog bucket hat.
Of course.
That's a
That's
good
the
one.
brand.
That's the brand, the frog bucket hat. Classic one. That's good. I like that. I respect that. Yeah, I know a lot of these players that you'll see here have kind of their designated Minecraft skin, so you can even tell it's them from far away if they have such a specific one. I just saw Shadone there jumping around with his little smiley face he's got.
Yeah, I could easily identify Shadoon, Ollie Gamers, Hannah XX Rose. There's so many skins that like are ingrained into my brain at this point. I know exactly who I'm up against without even seeing their name tag.
Sometimes that can be a little terrifying, right? Especially if you don't know. Maybe it's all of a sudden you just appear in a 1v1 and it's against a terrifying, experienced Minecraft player that's got that metronome in the background to time their clicks. You can hear it through their mic.
That's scary. I like that a few of the content creators have their heart rate monitors up. I think it's very interesting because then you get to see like if they're freaking out during a game or, you know, just how they're feeling in general.
Yeah, I want to see how it changes as the game begins. If it were to begin now, it'd be perfect to see how Phyllis's heart rate increases, as I assume it would.
I know mine is.
Yeah, you can hear them kind of discussing too what some of the previous mini games were in Survival Cup 1 and 2, kind of trying to think about what could potentially be coming going forward. Are there going to be kind of like different versions of game modes that they've already played previously, or is it going to be something brand new?
Right. It's so hard to make assumptions at this point of like what the games will be. Just because you never really know, and you don't want to like double down on something and then be wrong.
Yeah, that's true. That's terrifying. You can hear what Phyllis is talking about with his group. They feel bad because Jades de la Cruz was eliminated first last time as well.
Yeah.
And he was the first one to get eaten in this Survival Cup 3. But it all just builds more and more fire for that redemption arc. Who knows what the future entails, but there's a storyline building there.
Absolutely.
It hopefully has a bright conclusion. I can see Choco Bars now, one of the English-speaking creators here.
That's right. You can see they're in a Discord with a few people. They've got Bad Boy Halo, Filza. I think I saw Purpled in there, Foolish. This is a pretty strong alliance if that's what this is.
That's what's going on here.
And you get to dress up. I've dressed up for the past few times.
Yeah, I'm wondering if, you know, they're just like talking now as they're waiting for the next round to begin, or potentially here that is the alliance, like you said, that they've already formed. We had an interview.
That's right.
Where they talked about already having built an alliance before the games even started.
Speaking of alliances,
CPK hasn't been eliminated yet, right? I didn't see it. I don't think so.
No, but we don't know what CPK's alliance is yet. I'm just wondering.
That's true. That is true.
They're lulling me. They're lulling me into a sense of.
I wonder how these players are feeling now. If they're getting stressed out, if they're kind of just comfortable at this point. I mean, after you already play one round.
The gate's open.
Attention players, please proceed to the next room.
If we might get an explanation.
Attention
All right,
players.
Jojo, I'm excited.
Roller skates and winter instructions.
Roller skates. Get on the roller skates.
We did see an icon earlier of roller skates. Now the question is, what in the world do you do with this?
Okay. Every single player is on a roller skate. Will we have a race? Laps? Will it be
a race?
It was similar. It was kind of a race in the last Survival Cup to start it off.
That's right.
But they weren't on roller skates.
No. So there's different colored roller skates. I wonder if that has anything to do with what we're going to be seeing for this minigame.
There's also like this bar on the screen now. The UI has changed.
Oh yeah, look at that.
I believe it's due to being on the roller skates, maybe how you control them.
Oh, do you see that
Talking
flag?
about it.
The flag
Oh, yeah.
icon.
Okay.
There's a lot to take in.
Oh. Okay.
Oh my gosh, look at this. This looks so sick.
A lot is going on here. We see different, almost squarish tiles on the floor here. We see screens with a heart on the wall, something going on in the middle, colors changing.
We're like on a dance floor right now.
We are. It could be a disco.
Colors matter.
I don't know. I'm not
You can see Sylvie talking about if the colors matter
That is a good
or
question.
not. They're saying it almost looks like a color switch type game mode, where maybe you have to match the colors. Disco balls.
A lot of
Oh yeah,
possibilities
look,
here.
they're trying to see if you stay on the square, it doesn't change. Oh no, well that's what they were saying, but they have a lot of theories. Nothing is confirmed.
I hear some people like taking into account what the different colors are. Because I think there's only like, I think they mentioned they only saw 4 or 5 different colors so far, which is good knowledge to have, just in general, what potential colors could exist. Sort of keep them in mind. Because it seems like this tile that they're standing on is flashing pink.
Right.
Like it is only pink and it doesn't change colors. So maybe if they are in dire need to find a pink tile for any reason, they know where to go.
I wonder if do the other tiles switch, or are they also just flashing though?
I think
Like,
they're
I'm-
just flashing.
Yeah, I'm looking
It's
at a
almost like a
yellow
bit of a
one.
memory game, it seems.
It could be kind of like a Simon Says type thing.
Ooh.
Yeah, everybody's just theorizing here. That's how quickly you
Even
can,
we are.
yeah, come up with potential ideas of how this works. I'm sure they'll get an explanation as well, I assume, from the guards. Maybe you
Probably
can stay a step
soon.
ahead.
I don't know. See how there's green and then there's red, orange is right here, yellow is right here, blue. There's too many blues here.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's a lot of
Maybe
blue.
being able to find a place that has a good mix of colors is
It
what
seems like that's what
Hannah's trying
Hannah's
to do
doing.
here. Yeah,
Which is very smart.
that is a good play.
She's in a VC with Purple, who is also a very strong player. Oh, we're partying now.
It's kind of like a disco. The masks were a little scary though, to be
They're a
fair.
little scary. Oh, they're flossing. Do you see that? They're doing dance moves up there.
Okay. That's some emotes going on. I wonder what those like. Are they like? They're not disco balls. They're not mushrooms. What are those red kind of like blocks? You know?
Oh, I don't know.
Barriers.
It kind of looks like cupcakes.
Yeah, something like that. I don't see. Oh, there's colors also that appear under them though.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
they're
I
not
wonder what it is
completely-
then.
I did see a purple, yeah, and a pink appear under some of them. But I think all you can do at this point is kind of match Hannah's strategy and just find a place that has the most mix of
Variety.
colors, variety. Exactly. Or just follow someone you know is good at Minecraft. That's also a solid strategy.
That is a great strategy.
Not a bad idea. As a misgift was
Mira, mi
considering
teoría
doing
con este
so.
juego es
Okay.
que lo que salga en
Alondrisa
este
has a
episodio
theory.
nos tenemos que parar. Esa es mi teoría.
Her theory is that
Okay.
whatever shows up on that screen that she was pointing at that currently has the pink heart is where they're going to have to stand. So that's basically the standard color switch game mode is what
Attention players.
Alondrisa thinks is going to happen, but let's hear what they have to say. I think we'll have to wait a bit here for the instructions. Yeah.
Yeah, I stayed quiet. I was like, I'm ready.
It's coming
Yeah,
out.
I think that's an interesting theory, though. Looking at the
Yeah.
screen to see which color you have to stand on. There's still an icon. There's like this flag icon on their screens that I'm still not sure what it means. So maybe that's
Welcome
going
to
to
the
be
second game.
something else.
The game is
Alright, let's
called
see.
Happy Wheels. You must move around the playing area while lights change with different colors. Your objectives are: keep a flag and stick around in the correct color when the buzzer sounds. If a player does not have a flag, or is not in the correct color when the buzzer sounds, they will receive an electric shock. To recover a flag, you must hit a player who already has one. If a player receives too many electric shocks, they will be eliminated. Players who reach the end of the game will pass this phase.
Okay. Ooh.
Oh, wow. That
So-
was dramatic.
So Alandrisa was kind of right. It is like a color switch,
Yeah.
but you take damage depending on how you perform, and you take less damage if you don't have a flag. And I believe, yeah, you just don't take damage
So-
at all if you don't have a flag.
If I'm understanding this correctly, and maybe you can tell me if I'm wrong, if you understand it any better, you need to get a flag. I don't know how. I guess maybe people just randomly spawn with one.
If you attack a player,
They're thrown. They're
Yeah.
thrown by the DJs, and then you can attack a player to get another one. Got it.
Flag, you will lose 1 point. If you're on the correct color but do not have a
So
flag,
basically, you want to perform as best as you can. The ideal situation is having a flag without it getting robbed from you, and also correctly standing on the tiles that are colored on the screen. So you want to avoid getting your flag robbed from you. You want to go on the right tiles. And a key point as well is if you're on 1 heart, for example, and about to be eliminated with a shock, if you have a flag, you will not get eliminated. So even if you're at 1 HP, if you do have a flag on you, you will survive. So it is quite important to try and left click as many players as possible to claim that flag.
This is very interesting. So it seems like the points are basically your health. So if your health reaches 0, that's when you're eliminated. But it's very interesting because there's 3 cases in which you lose points. And the worst case scenario is you don't have a flag and you don't land on a color. So you
Yeah.
always want to be paying attention to at least one thing so you don't lose double the points.
Yeah, you can see the players trying to understand now, reading it. And I think they all understand. I do as well. It's interesting. So I wonder if it's worth it to kind of, ideally you want to get a flag and then go to a side of the map which doesn't have as many players so they don't steal your flag when you're going on the correct color. But also you want to be somewhere that has all these options for various colors, right? So
Right.
it's gonna
That's
be
the hard
difficult.
part.
Yeah. It's
I mean,
easier said than
you said
done.
it before. You can't totally lose if you keep your flag. So I guess even if you're down to 1 heart, as long as you're running away and maybe straying people away from the correct color, maybe you could still survive it because you have the
Does
flag.
everyone get the same color? That's what I don't get. Like, is everyone
Right.
get the same color? Or is it like a...
I believe it's like even if
because you can't go to the right color.
even if you
come take it off you.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you
are not on a colored plate and you do have a flag,
Yeah.
I guess you do survive, right?
We're expecting, honestly.
Seems like it.
Yeah, okay.
It also seems like if you press space pretty fast, it'll increase your speed, which is very interesting. There's another
Ooh.
layer of movement to this game,
Right.
which could determine how someone wins, or rather loses and gets
As well-
eliminated.
as well. If you've
Because there's
got-
no winning, there's only people who lose.
It's true. Yeah, hopefully you don't want very good Minecraft players speeding towards you to steal your flag when you're on a sliver of HP. But it looks like the disco party is going to start here. I wonder how visible the screens are going to be and how many flags are actually going to be thrown.
That's right. Oh, so I see that's a DJ up there dancing on the little cupcake. That's what I'm going to call them.
Okay, okay.
Oh, he's moving around.
Does that mean it's a flag or?
So I see, you see the flag icon, but it's grayed out, right, on Hannah's
right.
screen. So I assume once you get it, it will turn into a color or light up or something like that.
That's right. I would assume that that's the case.
Yeah, same.
So does anyone have?
They're playing me Native Rubius' song. That's hilarious. I love the music for this disco. I'd be too busy just vibing out here. I don't think I'd be even looking at the colors. I'd just be kind of enjoying
me
the disco.
neither. I'd just be dancing it up.
Okay, so not a color. Okay, I see a flag on one of the characters, but They haven't thrown it yet, and it seems like the screens are still constantly changing.
It just got thrown. Someone's picked up one, it seems.
Oh, it's going to be difficult to steal these flags with so many players around, though.
Oh my goodness.
What? It's really laggy. It's
Yeah,
really
this is
bad.
going to be incredibly difficult with the amount of players that have flags. I think there's going to be more thrown as time goes on, as
It's like unplayable.
I believe at least half of the players should have a flag. Or maybe a quarter at least.
Oh.
Oh.
What just happened?
All right, so it seems like Hannah just got herself a flag, but it just got stolen. So speak too soon.
Oh my god.
A little bit too soon there, but
I mean,
I don't think the game has actually started yet because no one has lost any health.
Right.
Seems like everyone's just kind of getting the hang of how the game works, stealing flags, moving around.
I think it might be worth it. Nubia actually has a flag here, and seems that she's even singing the song here, just having a good time. But I believe even if you don't have a flag, as long as you kind of correctly go on every single color that appears, I think you would survive. So maybe it might even be worth it to just fully lock in on getting every single color right and outliving the opponents that maybe miss one as time goes on.
Yeah.
Or at least one of the rounds have a flag. Seems like
I love the
Sylvie's-
vibes.
yeah, going on the corner of the map once you get a flag, but it only lasts for so long. I wonder how long until the colors actually start being selected.
That's right. It could just sneak up on them, just out of the blue.
Güey, el
Yeah,
vato
my
estaba al lado
platoon
mío y
is
estoy pegándole.
chasing.
Wait, watch
I believe it's Aldo Geo, yeah, with the flag, but with so many people, so many flags, it's almost even difficult to find the people who do have one.
Yeah. Well, it seems
Without
like they're
knowing how much
highlighted. Anyone who has a flag is highlighted in like this yellow line that you can see through walls. So you can't just hide.
No, yo también estoy... What?
That's true. Looks like Juan and Larry are kind of going back and forth here, trying to take each other's flag, do what they can. At this point, honestly, though, I would kind of just wait it out until the screen puts on a color and make sure I'm ready to move back and forth. And once the colors start going, then attack the people that have flags around me.
That's true. I mean,
Because
if I'm doing my calculations correctly, there's not that many flags. So it seems like you should focus stepping on a tile,
Oh, wait, 10 seconds?
Right.
Oh, bro.
at least early game.
Oh, look at this. 5 seconds. All right. It looks like
the
first
2.
color. It's going to be brown. I don't know if Elden's going to make it. He does it. Gets an electric shock. This is a good time to maybe even take people's flags as they're kind of get electrocuted.
No, el
My
pinche Mario me la
goodness.
quitó, hijo de perra, güey.
Let's see if they can take a flag in the meantime. Luncha has one, but he did lose a bit of HP, so
That could have been either by not
initial
being on the
strike.
right tile or not having the flag when the timer ended there. So
yeah, looks like he's kind of sitting in the corner. Not a bad strategy. So there is a bit of time in between when the colors get chosen. There's that 10-second timer before it happens, but after that, it looks like we do have a bit of kind of idle time where you just have to keep your flag or maybe steal it. That's what he's trying to do here.
I like that you can punch even if you already have the flag. You can just keep punching them.
Hit him away. Okay, so Lonche is still trying to figure out which color to step on, so hopefully he can at least get a flag so he doesn't get double electrocuted.
That's right. That is
You
right.
do have to look at the screen. Okay, looking at the ticks, I want to count how many there is.
Here's Gab. Locked in.
Okay, so there's about 10, let's say, points, which are also HP. So you get shocked once if you don't stay on the correct colored block, and you also get shocked once if you don't have a flag. So you can get at most shocked 2 times around.
That's right.
And you have 10 total let's say, hearts or cubes or whatever they are down there at the bottom. So
Right.
this is gonna last a bit.
It is, especially if there's so much time between these rounds, but I assume it's gonna get a little bit faster as we go.
What?
Skiff is coming so fast. He is so locked in.
Yeah, he definitely is. I remember when we saw Luncher that had the flag, though, a lot of the people with flags were kind of huddled up together because they know they're not really enemies at that point.
That's right. You can tell he's locked in because he took off the little turkey legs thing he had on his head.
Yeah.
Now he's just gaming.
In the game now. Focused up.
Taking it from Bad Boy Halo.
Finding maybe someone that's overconfident with the flag hiding in a corner, but like we mentioned before, this flag won't do anything until they are on the countdown, right, of the specific color block that they have to position themselves on top of.
Right.
So
they don't know when the countdown is going to start, though. So fighting for that flag is so important right now because it could literally start right now. So keeping possession of the flag is so important so that you don't lose any sort of points.
I love the emotion of these players.
It's crazy, guys. I feel like we've been watching this go for a while. Amazing job keeping up with all the action as well. I want to make sure that as you're enjoying the Survival Cup 3, chat, our friends at State Farm need your help selecting the perfect moment for us to shine a bright light on during today's State Farm Spotlight. So check out the poll now. You'll see it in chat, and you can choose the one you'd like to see us break down later on in the show. Again, we're back to it. Great game here and great commentary, guys. Let's keep it up. These flags, hard to get and hard to keep.
Oh, yeah.
100%. Only been one round so far in terms of the specific color you had to place yourself on. So
now it's time
long ways to go.
To wait, right? It's a little bit of a patience game, but I also think they do it to like really get to your head. You can't get too comfortable.
I wonder if they're going to keep throwing flags as kind of time goes on, right?
Yeah, there's a chance, yeah. Phil's holding on to this flag. You can see he's using a lot of this, as we call F5, which is basically going into a different perspective, you know, to be able to check behind him without having to turn around. And even right now, being in this third-person view of being able to see more around you, it's a huge advantage because you can it basically expands your vision by quite a bit. I can't tell you a specific number, but I would say a lot.
Yeah, that's when the experience comes into play from a lot of the competitors that have played Minecraft before. They know these little even camera angles that you can make use of in these specific game modes.
That's right.
But once you do have that flag, I feel like it is quite dangerous to go towards the middle because people can come at you from any angle possible. But if you're just kind of following a wall, there's only 3 angles. They can come from the center or from in front or behind you, but you can control that a lot more versus running in the middle of the map. But overall, it's very difficult. You can only hold the flag for a certain amount of time, so it's more about timing that moment you go for the flag in those last seconds right before the color switches. Easier said than done, though.
That's right. Oh yeah, that's all this event will ever be. It's always going to be easier said than done.
Yeah. Quite easy to explain it, but we're not in there right now on our roller skates with 183 other players trying to steal it from us.
Yeah. It's stressful.
It's a big area, though, to be fair.
It is quite a lot.
Yeah, bro, you'd be cooking.
Survival Cup 1 champion.
Yeah, you can.
And it was mentioned in the rules that you can speed up if you are able to spam the space bar quickly enough.
Yeah, yeah. You can see Luncha here was also using the F5 to like change perspective and be able to look in front and behind him pretty easily.
He's running. He's trying to run. Lunch has actually done a good job so far from what we've seen of maintaining these flags and kind of finding areas of the map without as many players in them. The good news is I believe everybody goes the same speed if they're just spamming the space bar, even if they have a flag or not. So you are able to escape at least one person chasing you. The issue is there's just so many players all around you that it's hard to control all of them.
That's right. Still vibing to the music though.
Yeah, we've only had, as a quick update, one official section of this round where these players had the opportunity to lose HP and actually had to pick a tile to stand on. So right now it's just the phase where you're trying to get a flag and hold on to it for when that next round, or I guess section of this round, starts, and the 10-second countdown begins with a certain color that they'll have to land on.
That's right. I really like how they implemented the sort of like almost like color matching game, but then also a little bit of tag into it, because it's so many layers to be able to basically win or accomplish this game, rather, that it's not as easy. That's what I find very entertaining about these games. It's multiple layers. It's different skills that you need.
Right. It's like building off of classic game modes, right? Color switch, classic game mode that we've seen for a long time, but this is a mix-up on it. It's been built. Let's see what they are talking about, that the rounds are taking a little longer, which is why we've only had one kind of electrocution round so far.
All that matters is that, you know, everyone's working really hard in the background to make sure that everything gets sorted. Of course, there's many people on the team, and as long as they're having fun, that's what matters.
What's funny is I like to see kind of some of the creators of the Survival Cup wandering around on the map. I saw Comanche there with his Minecraft skin in game.
Yeah.
Just bouncing around, throwing out flags. It's cool how they're also involved in kind of the game master side of this event.
No, mi bandera.
Listen, if I was in this position, I see a lot of people just kind of standing still. I would just use this as a little bit of practice, all right? There's not many times where you get the opportunity to practice for Survival Cup events, so might as well use it to your advantage, right?
It's quite difficult to know what to practice as well. We've talked about it before. Parkour is one of the things that you know is going to be beneficial to you, movement in general, but there are situations like this, especially in the initial game modes, where there's just so many players that even if you're really good at movement here, there is a bit of luck in how many players are close to you or when they're gonna take your flag. But it is just about minimizing those RNG moments with experience.
Seems like there's a bell going off.
Timer goes down. I don't know what color it is. I believe it's brown. 2 seconds now for these players.
Oh,
you can
they're
see if
fighting
they're
for
already
the flag.
far. As long as they hold on to it, they'll
Oh,
only
wow.
lose a
That
little
was
bit of
pretty
HP.
smart. So I'm not sure if you noticed just now, but that player was driving someone away from the colored tile because they wanted the flag. But that person lost 2 points, and he only lost 1 because he wasn't on the tile,
That's
but he had a
true.
flag.
Thank you.
That is true, actually.
I actually managed to get a flag.
Yeah, there's a lot of that kind of micro strategy
I was just kind of standing still.
to this.
So, okay, guys, this is going to be really scary now because there's going to be a night where 20
As
people
we-
get killed, so it's just full on straight on PvP.
You can hear on the screen, there has been a quick update. As it seems, there was a bit of difficulty getting this fully going, so I believe they're going to do a quick announcement here. We're going to pass this game mode, and I believe we're going to be moving to the night,
Strength and numbers, so we should go and
which,
join.
if I'm thinking about previous night times, JoJo, Rain in the Survival Cup, previous night times is kind of like an all-out brawl, right? Everybody against each other, trying to see who can eliminate who.
Yeah, that's the scary part. I mean, listen, I know we didn't get to see too much of this minigame, but of course, everyone's working hard to make sure that it gets fixed. I think what's important is that they're giving time to fix the game than to just playing it when there's issues, because otherwise it may feel unfair. And ultimately, it's all about making the game as fair as possible to everyone. So I'm glad we're moving on forward here, moving on to the night where arguably it's a little bit scarier than the mini games, in my opinion, just given what's happened in Survival Cup 1 and 2. But I'm excited to see what sort of plays out.
Yeah, you said it best there, Jojo, and this is really about staying competitive, and with so much on the line, you do not want, it to be any doubt that there is somebody who maybe didn't get the fair shake of it. So without that, let's just move forward. Let's just skip into the point where everyone now is still on the same playing field. So it was great to see a couple of those first rounds. You guys did wonderfully, but we are moving on, as you've both mentioned, to the nighttime portion. And for me, this talk of night, a little scary. Again, coming into a survival cup, maybe you haven't seen it, you don't know what's going on. They're now going to spend nighttime here. And is this just a free-for-all? Is this just all damage is available? Walk us through what you can expect here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking if it's going to be the same type of nighttime that we've seen previous in survival cups, where if that is the case, is where alliances are going to come into play. Normally this happens in the bedroom, the lights switch off, some players might even get a weapon, some not, and it's kind of a survival match where you can choose if you have a weapon to go attack people, or if you don't, you can kind of hide and try and just do what you can to stay up. But if you have that alliance and that group of people, normally you have better odds at staying alive. So that's the general kind of basic one, but I'm not sure if it's going to be the same this time around.
I would love to see some sort of twist to the nighttime this time around. Let's see what they say. Oh, okay, we're just following the staff. Well, regardless, it is ultimately a free-for-all, but I think since it's day 1 of Survival Cup 3, I don't think we're going to be seeing much betrayal here. I mean, if you betray a teammate on day 1, I mean, I don't even think they were ever your ally. So
that is true.
We'll see how it plays out. I just remember one of the highlights of Survival Cup 2, there was 2 alliances that basically hashed out a ginormous fight, which ended up eliminating a lot of really, really, really competitive players. So, this could be the minigame that eliminates some players that people are very, very scared of, or that player themselves will eliminate a lot of other people who maybe didn't see it coming.
I mean, if this is a mini game and
If Quacky's gonna choose someone out of this group to die,
maybe PvP, it might make sense to kind of lean into nighttime and go, well, let me put myself in a position where I actually have an advantage.
That's true. I mean, if you are more experienced in the PvP realm, it could lead to you coming out on top. But imagine if something like what Jojo was saying happens, or you start, fighting someone, and then a whole, ally, a group of people just rolls up on you, and it's a 5 versus 1, and now you're the one.
Not like
Even
this.
if you're the most experienced PvPer in the game, it's going to be difficult to 5v1 these players with limited items. So it is a bit risky. It is a bit dangerous if you do decide to be the aggressor in this situation. However, it could turn out well if you are able to eliminate a top competitor, but it's so early, it might not be worth it to kind of take those risks.
That's right. I mean, and ultimately there might be some sort of twist or something different that we haven't experienced or seen yet. So I think the best we can do is just sort of stand by and hope for the best until whatever happens, happens.
I think we found some of the... Yeah, you can hear them talking about it. This is the passive group. Said nobody fight each other, nobody hit each other.
Pacifism.
We've got we got our little group here all huddled up. We're gonna be friendly and we're gonna survive this first night.
What would you guys do in this situation?
Yeah,
honestly, I mean, you go ahead, Rain. Let me know. I want to hear your strat.
It's just because my experience is that if you are too isolated, you are a little vulnerable as well. Even though you're clearly being passive, it means somebody who's a little bit more aggressive, even if they don't have numbers, can feel confident enough to challenge you. So it would be trying to get a good group of 4 or 5, I would say. I think too much more is tough to control, but try to get like a good group of 4 or 5 that are kind of strong players and be like enough of a number and enough of presence to where people go, yeah, it's probably not worth picking a fight with those people. They know how to play. They're really experienced. Let's just back off from that and then try to stay out of it. I wouldn't make a war myself in here, just because you're right. I think it's too risky. I mean, yes, you might get a kill, but you might get taken out. That could be the end of your survival cup.
Yeah, I think I'm on the same boat here. It's day one. There's still 183 players. Even if you are going to eliminate some people, I just don't think it's gonna be worth the risk, right, of getting eliminated. So I try and find a way to be passive, not alone, as you can make yourself a target, like you said, but not also maybe in a big group that might start rebelling against each other. It is a difficult call to make, but trying to just find a nice place to kind of chill out, you know, talk to the people around you, make sure we're all friendly, you know, got the same ideas, maybe people I trust a bit more, but the issue is you can't really trust anyone in the survival cup.
That's true. Yeah, I definitely agree with the both of you. I would definitely try to get some sort of group and just kind of be pacifism. I think I would only fight if it comes down to it. If there was no other choice but to.
100%. Tough to be in that situation because if there is no other choice, you don't want to be the person getting punched or getting hit first. So you've got to kind of recognize that, hey, is this looking like it's an unsolvable thing? Well, if that's gonna be the case, well, maybe I have to be the one to start it because I don't want to get, you know, surprised by somebody getting aggressive onto me quickly. All these decisions coming to the forefront of our minds. I'm sure they're coming to the forefront of our players' minds as well. And it's just a matter of what they're able to pull together in such a short period of time, especially after that game.
We can hear all the communications here between the huddled group. And it's like too many people are joining us. We had our original little squad, but now look at the amount of people that are here. There's people we don't trust. There's new faces. When the lights flick off, I feel like with a group this big, chaos is just going to unfold.
I think it's interesting just listening to what everyone has to say about what will be coming up soon. They're strategizing and all of that.
This is where that top bunk starts to look a lot cozier.
I'm still sticking to the middle.
You're sticking to the middle? That's risky. That's risky.
It's risky, but it's, I mean...
You got access to, you know, up and down. I mean, you
that's right. It's having more options.
Yeah, you are isolated a little bit as well. That was a conversation about where you're skating, but as you can see, I like the Minecraft overlay there.
Yeah. One thing that I was going to bring up that does happen during the nighttime is people have to get eliminated, right? People are going to get eliminated during the nighttime, so maybe even if you have a group, there'll be quick conversations of people just wanting to gang up on each other, right? And all of a sudden they'll just see another group or see some people that look a little too isolated and kind of go after them. So it's not necessarily possible for everyone to be completely passive. It's just who's going to be the more rebellious kind of group of people.
I mean, you definitely don't want to be known as the most, you know, aggressive player, because given that there's a potential of, you know, we play the night game again every single night, right? Like after both of the mini games each day, you don't want to be known as the aggressive person where everyone's like, you know what? Let's team up against you because you're kind of mean.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah, you're the one causing all the problems. We get rid of you, then it'll be a safe nighttime, they might be thinking.
Especially if you're a really good player. I think that's the game plan there.
And also in the final days, right? When there's a lot less players, maybe you'll have a grudge from the past, right? You'll be day 5. Now there's only who knows how many players, 10, 20, 30. And then you're like, oh, I remember in day 1 nighttime what you tried to do to me.
Or if they eliminate like an ally. That, I mean, even then you could be like, why would you eliminate my friend?
funny strategy maybe is if you see a passive group of people, you kind of walk up to them and just attack one person, and they think they're attacking each other, and just run away and let the battle unfold.
Well, it looks like something's happening here.
Attention! Launch time is about to begin. All players form a line.
A little bit of info there. No Discord allowed in the next adjustment game.
Oh, okay.
You will be alone.
That is going to make things quite interesting.
Very.
As I believe the voice chat's also disabled for this nighttime, so it's kind of an all-out brawl here, and you don't know who you can trust, and you don't know who you can't.
This is that emotional awareness you were talking about, Takata. This is one of those moments it's going to hopefully pay dividends, knowing, you know, I'm sitting next to somebody, I can't talk to them now, and they can't hear me. Are we gonna keep this truce?
That's right.
Or will it be broken?
As you can see, some of the players are breaking their bottles to use it as a weapon, which is very smart, but also a little scary.
Había un equipo de tryhards, eh?
You can see some of the players, yeah, analyzing who's in groups and, you know, sort of who to look out for.
They did say there was a group of experienced Minecraft players that might go on the hunt during this nighttime. But I feel like that's a dangerous play so early on. Although maybe it's worth it. You don't hear it? Looking at some of the players saying, "Don't attack me."
As he's swinging the broken bottle.
As he's threatening them with a broken bottle.
Oh.
The best way to truce up is give someone your food.
Oh, there it is.
That's a good strategy.
Now, if somebody's going to go, I mean, if you assume someone's going to fight, do you still think you can go, pacifist? That is kind of the question I was asking you earlier, Jojo. Are you waiting regardless, even if you know, and now people looking like they have bottles, like something's going to happen, it feels like?
It's day one, so if I was in this position, I would trust that my current allies aren't going to backstab me. But this is all kind of just like hoping. But yeah, I would 100% stay pacifist until there's a scenario where I no longer can. Of course, I will defend myself. I'm not just gonna let someone eliminate me, but I'm definitely not going to initiate anything either.
Right. I mean, even if, for example, 4 or 5 players are just in a corner of the room and you're looking for someone to hunt down, that would be intimidating and not a good idea to run up on them. So, like you said, if you can trust your allies, even without being able to communicate to them during this night, hopefully it could be enough to kind of help you out. And even if you're getting chased and you're alone, maybe if you run into a group of allies, then that person might run away or the ally group will attack you. Who knows? It's just so many possibilities that you kind of just got to maximize your survival potential.
That's
and there's the social game of it too, which is you're being broadcast. Yes, this is in Minecraft, but you know, is there much of a difference between that character that Sylvie is using versus the character that she takes versus Sylvie taking someone out? I mean, at the end of the day, you know, that still feels like you're taking someone's game into your own hands and getting aggressive and taking it down. So there's that cost that I'm sure many people don't want to play because, you know, now day 2 comes around, people are looking at you differently.
Head down, bro.
Oh, that's true. Especially with $100,000 on the line. I mean, you got to be careful with how you play it. You don't want to burn too many bridges with people because people don't forget. And here we go. We have the night minigame instructions. When the lights go out, player combat will be activated. Avoid dying. That's a good instruction.
I like that one. Good comms.
Players will be free to kill any other player with a bottle.
Wow.
When the kill limit is reached, to adjust the number of players for the next game, the lights will turn on, deactivating player combat. So basically, you sort of have to eliminate people. I still would be a pacifist, but that's just me. We'll see how it actually plays out with the 183 players who are currently in this room.
1 minute, 15 seconds. Every single player, I assume, has picked up a bottle, broken it, and is ready for combat. Just to reiterate that last part, once the number of players needed for the next game is reached, meaning the amount of people get eliminated to reach that number, no more combat will be held. So it is just kind of surviving until X amount of players get eliminated. Who knows how long that will take? It depends how aggressive a lot of these players are. Could be an instant, could take a while. But all I know is that in 45 seconds, some friendships are going to be broken.
And some dreams going to be crushed as well. $100,000 on the line. They skated their way back to room, and now it's time for the night to take over. You've got a bottle in your hand, and you have to either eliminate or be eliminated. Jojo trying to go the passive route. Takata saying he'll be ready to react. But these players, the ones 183 out of 200 that have survived, have the final say. Whose game will be ended right now, and who will survive the night? Guys, take it away as we kick this one off. It's going to be a fun one, and we will see some eliminations.
Thank you, Rain. 2 seconds left. The games are beginning. Jojo, any predictions? How long will it take for the first player to get eliminated?
It'll take at least 1 minute because I think
so.
I think someone's going to start fighting early, but it's going to take a minute before they actually get the kill. That's what I think, you know. People try to run away and run into groups. I actually remember one of the nights that happened in Survival Cup 2, someone was running away from being killed, and they ran into a big pile of people, like how we see right now on purple screen, and they got lost in the sauce. You know, the person who was trying to kill them was like, "Wait, where do they go?" So, you know, it could take time to actually get that kill on people because they're going to be running around. They're not just going to take it. You know, they're not just going to let you do it.
This is a scary moment as well for some of the big names that have maybe even potentially won a previous survival game or just are very experienced in Minecraft in general, as they might be a target for some of the other players here if they are able to almost like gang up on them. But hopefully those players have kind of allies and are ready to be protected and fight back if that ends up happening. You can see there's another timer at the top of the screen. Looks like we have a little over a minute before the lights do fully shut off. So now it's all about positioning, getting in the right place. Do you want to play with your teammates? Do you want to be alone?
I mean, I would try to stand in a pile of people even if I don't know them. That's usually the safest way to go because it's going to be much harder to get eliminated if there's a lot of other bodies around you taking the heat.
That is true. Up top in the bunk beds, down below on the ground. There's a lot of different piles of people, but it looks like this one might be the largest. Is it a friendly one, though? All it takes is one person to swing the bottle, and it will be a chain reaction where everybody starts hitting each other.
That's right. Oh my gosh, that is gonna be chaos.
Yeah, this is gonna be exciting. Hannah kind of
communicating,
almost climbing the back of the the bunk bed, communicating, moving the head up and down, approving. As we get to these final 5 seconds before the lights shut off and the night begins.
Here we go. Good night. Oh, that's a lot darker than I thought it would be.
Not a single swing from this group quite yet.
Oh, check it out. People are actually going into the beds.
Okay. Spring, you can tell, knows it's not as simple as that. You can't just take a quick nap here.
Wait,
all it takes is one hit, Jojo. One single hit from any of these players. You wouldn't even know who was the player that started the hit.
That's true.
It might even be a good idea to just hit someone and run away and just let the battle begin.
Right.
The menace.
Mean, that's what I'm seeing here. Like, I didn't even realize their faces got covered. Like, now anyone can sort of cause any sort of chaos and get away with it.
That's true. You don't know who is who.
It's so much darker than I anticipated it would be.
Very difficult to know who are your allies, who aren't. Ibai trying to guess. Is that Revan? Is that? Who is that? Is that Auron? I'm trying to look at his skin, but they're all the same now. It's too dark.
It is too dark.
I heard a swing. A singular swing. A second one now.
Oh man. Surely those are just friendly punches.
Hopefully.
Nos hemos separado, tío.
But at nighttime, I don't think there's too many friendly punches.
Well, one can only hope. Here we go. We see a little bit of a spectator view, seeing how everyone else is split up, seeing some people crouching at each other, some large groups of people. So in this view, we can actually see some of the name tags. So we're able to see who's sort of in a pile. Fit was eliminated.
Oh,
Player
one player goes
128
down.
eliminated.
I know that a lot of these players just have in the back of their mind, kind of thinking, should I do it? See Fit's reaction here.
It's all good.
Isolated.
This hurts my
and
heart.
eliminated.
Hit over there.
An unfortunate ending for Fit. Hannah's group though are staying pretty calm, pretty peaceful so far.
That's true.
I'm impressed. I'm surprised. We have a lot of peaceful participants for this third survival cup. But
Not
I just
just you
know that
wait.
one of these players is in the back of their mind. They're thinking, should I do it?
They're waiting for the
Should
right
I-
time.
Should I start? Imagine you like run up to one of the other groups and then start attacking them.
59 eliminated.
As we lose another player, player 59 is going to go down.
Eliminated.
Two players so far.
Yes.
GG's.
Oh, GG's indeed. I mean, that's all you can say in this situation, right? Everyone holding out their food.
This might be the friendly communication that they've concluded on, right? If you have a pizza out, no bottle in hand.
That's true.
It means you're friendly. If Gerla Knox goes down.
Oh no.
And Anine as well.
Look
That's
at-
another two players.
Look at CPK's face. He is so locked in. He's not
alliance.
joking about this.
Players are getting eliminated quicker now. It's going to be sort of a chain reaction, in my opinion.
Oh my gosh. Spreen, look at Spreen's bottle. It's been used up of durability. Does that mean Spreen is going on a killing spree?
Oh,
like
yeah, look at him.
I make
There
myself
is.
laugh.
I respect the jokes. It seems that there is people on the bunk bed above. And he's kind of trying to like take a jab at them. And I think that's why the bottle is hit. He must have landed one of these hits on these players crouched up there.
That's
Do
right.
they know it's actually Spreen from down below, though, doing it? As a reminder, this round isn't going to end until enough players have been eliminated to begin the next round.
Oh my goodness.
So
the players have the ability to see how long it lasts, basically. Oh, Tina is not too happy about something right now.
I think she's just scared.
Oh no.
Crouched under the bunk bed.
I feel that.
As two more players go down, you can hear the swings, you can hear the players going down. It must be terrifying
Oh my goodness.
as we continue to lose players. 175 players is what's left now. We started this at 183, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right.
A ver qué hace clic derecho porque tengo otra botella. A ver, clic derecho. No hace nada.
We're just gonna try right click, see if it does anything.
Y pegar por la espalda aquí.
Nothing.
Nothing. What if he just accidentally hit his teammates and everybody just started going at it?
That's the scary part about
Throws
this
the
game.
bottle.
Ooh, a throwing ability would be cool, actually.
That would be interesting. So far, the bunk bed group has been very passive. Spreen's group has been a little suspect. You know, they're kind of looking
eliminated.
to damage some people. Then as
That's
Spino
right.
goes down,
Oh no. It sets in.
the heart drop as we have what it seems like a two-player alliance here.
That's right.
Try to stay hidden.
Fells
And they
on
might have just
double.
found
Oh my
Loco
goodness.
John.
They're not in a great position, to be honest. Like right in front of the stage is a really scary spot to be.
To be fair though, I think it's so dark that if you're at the bunk beds, well, I guess you can see them.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to see how easy it is to even, maybe if you, I don't know if you can get on the stage, but if there's some players hiding up there, might not be a bad idea. Oh.
Uh-oh.
It is very dark now.
They were given some time to sort of take a really long blink. Something could have changed.
Color accurate monitor with your true black.
It's interesting to see how peaceful these players have been so far. They kind of know it might not be worth the risk to just start attacking people, because if you see an aggressor, it's a good chance that other people will try and stop them and begin their attack as well.
That's right.
So the safest route might just be to not do anything. But players have to get eliminated for us to move on. So with already 10 players gone,
The server may have crashed.
The server's gonna come back.
there's still more time to keep on hunting. What do you think so far, Rain, of how this night is looking?
This night is looking long and dark and full of terror. That's what I'll say. It's one of those where seriously everyone has kind of got two different strategies, or at least a multitude of strategies that have panned out for them. I like the duo. I think we just talked about near the stage. That felt like a strategy that you have more control over, because you know the 4 or 5, I like that, but 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, now you just got a huge group. You're really giving a ton of trust. I don't know who will come out on top. Will that be into the night? Will it continue on? We're about to find out, but before we do, we'll go for a quick break and be right back with more Survival Cup 3. Hey chat, it's time for the State Farm Spotlight, where we shine a spotlight on something special from today's action. Earlier in the show, chat, you selected Rubius takes the win in a Clash of Giants versus Ibai for this segment, and now it's time to light it up. Oh, this is
Ivaicito, me vas a comer.
This was that big moment you got.
Yeah, this was Rubius was going for the spam click strategy, and Ibai was going for the patience and react strategy. But you'll
we
see
all know
here
how it played out, but
who ended up winning.
You can see his reaction. He's laughing.
Face.
Pointed at him as well. I absolutely love it. Rubius getting the win over that one. Ibai ended up actually getting a wardrobe as well. So all's well that ended well there. Before we get back to the gameplay, chat, let's shine one more quick spotlight on our friends at State Farm. Whether in-game or in real life, State Farm is on your level. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Well, that was a great State Farm highlight, a great moment as well. It kind of takes you back to where we started in the day, JoJo, with the first game, Sweet Dreams. It felt like so far, but yet so recent. It's weird because there have been a lot of other elements since then to make our day one exciting here at Survival Cup 3. But that Ibai moment, it kind of set the tone too. It got very, very funny. And then, you know, now we just came out from one of the most tense moments that we've seen.
That's right. It's definitely one of those like friendly banter, but also like if it didn't end up working out, someone would have been upset type of situation.
Yeah,
but again, that's setting the theme for Survival Cup. I'm very excited to see how all the other mini games are going to play out with, you know, friendly banter and betrayal. I mean, even with this mini game of the night, who knows? You can't really see who your teammates are. You can kind of assume, given like some sort of movements and where you're kind of standing, but there could be accidental betrayal. Like you never know where it's gonna end up.
Imagine you like getting chased by someone and you think it's like an enemy, you fight back and you end up finding out it was like your teammate all along. It's like
your best friend.
That would be sad.
What have I done? Take me with you. You know, we didn't see any self-selecting here as well to try to get out or put themselves in a bad situation. So everyone fighting for survival in the Survival Cup. It's apt, but it is something that has been set up here even more so than usual because it's rarely a head-to-head in a way where you feel you're responsible for that other person getting out. And that's obviously where we ended our Survival Cup in Survival Cup 2, JoJo, where you had that 1v1 and you needed to see who was going to be better. You knew you were the one taking the victory from someone else, but the night is also a game like that, and you could tell everyone's got a different way of going about it.
Yeah, I mean, me personally, we've talked about it a few times here, but I would be as much of a pacifist as possible. Ultimately, like you mentioned, that final 1v1 is it. You can't be a pacifist then, right? So I would try. Bad
time to be a pacifist, yeah.
This early game, and like I mentioned earlier in the broadcast as well, I don't want my name to be like in everyone's heads of like, wait, this person is dangerous. So I would kind of want to lay low, do my thing. And I mean, I don't know. What do you think, Tocata?
I mean, it can bite you back later, right? When you are the one that was the aggressor. But I think almost a majority of the players, well, yeah, a majority of the players have the same mindset as you, and it's being passive. There was a couple people like taking jabs at some other opponents, but they weren't fully aggressing towards them. It was more like hit them once with the bottle, see if they react, see if they don't, but they were staying with their kind of cluster of people that might not even be their alliance, just a big group of people that said, you know, we're passive, we got our food out, we're not attacking anybody, we'll just wait the clock out. 10 players were eliminated during that time, so the clock is ticking for the people who are kind of playing alone and being the outliers in this situation that kind of get caught off guard.
I wonder too how the feelings of getting knocked out in a mode like this differ between getting locked out and, you know, something that feels kind of, you know, less proactive. Yes, there's a little bit of strategy to it, but there's a lot of luck involved, a lot of chance involved, like our earlier game in Sweet Dreams. You know, this one, I saw Fit MC's reaction. He seemed to take it kind of well, you know, in the face of like, I just got isolated. I just got unlucky, you know, Tocata. It's like, it's not, you know, what else could I really do here? Because I had a wrong plan. I went out. Okay, that's it. I mean, taking it with a grain of salt at least, or maybe it just doesn't sting as much knowing that, you know, people have to go and it's just kind of the game the way that it is.
I mean, you said it yourself. It was the decision that they made, right? It's, should I stay alone? Okay, I'll try it out. Maybe it doesn't go well because of that. I should have stayed with a group of people. It's that thing. It was kind of your decision you made versus some of the other game modes that it's a little bit more difficult. That person just beat you to it. Maybe if it was the timing for the first game mode we had, or even if you think back on previous survival cups, red light, green light,
right.
you know, it's kind of like that skill experience, even just like decision issue versus kind of the game mode being not on your side. So I think they don't take it, or majority of the players don't take it as bad if they are eliminated in this night. But well, you know, time will tell. There's more players that do have to go down. So we'll see if one of the groups breaks out into action. Everybody starts clashing against each other. If the solos continue brawling it out in their own corner of the bedrooms, or kind of how this ends up concluding.
See, I personally would flip it. I think it's more devastating to like be eliminated in the night shift because you survived minigame 1 and you survived minigame 2, and now you get eliminated like after the minigames. Oh, that's more heartbreaking to me personally. I mean, obviously Fit took it very well because I think he knew what he did wrong, but I don't think it was particularly because of what the minigame was. I think regardless, it's more devastating. For me, it's more devastating to be eliminated in that final minigame.
You might be right, but I'll split the difference with you that the first minigame might have felt worse because it was the very first, the dreams, the hopes, the start block, and then, okay, you got a flat tire. That's it. Sorry, you're out of the race. That kind of feels like an extra bit of like, really? Like, I'm the first person out of this thing. You know, you survived, you played a little bit. Yes, it sucks you're not going to day 2, but maybe that allowed at least Fit to feel like there was some consolation. He played a good game and got a little bit unlucky. But that's something now that I want to pay attention to, the reactions of people getting eliminated. It's all across the board. But now, you know, if I've just watched that and I'm kind of going on a little bit of a break and I'm going, okay, I got to get back into it. You know, stakes are getting higher and higher. I don't know. I might be considering, if I had a strategy of staying alone, I might be considering trying to get with a group. Do you think that'd be hard to do at this point if you weren't with a group already, Jojo, to be like, I feel like the 1v1s and the 2v1s are what's killing people. So I'm just going to try to see if I can get with the group because no one's fought in a big group yet.
Yeah, I think it's still pretty easy to get into a group because it is day 1. You still have the ability to make connections with people and, you know, just be friendly, right? Like everyone knows this is a competition and only one person can win. But at the end of the day, you're still trying to make friends, trying to make some sort of alliances and sort of, you know, reach out to different people, because if there's anything I've learned from Survival Cup 2 is having one alliance is great, but having multiple branches of alliances, maybe you don't stick to them the entire time, it's still very beneficial.
Yeah, you got to keep that in mind. And even in this specific game mode, the thing is, there's these groups that have already been made, but once the night begins, once the lights go out, you can't really tell who's who. The skins are all kind of dark and you just can't see their iconic, you know, Minecraft skins that they might originally have. So you don't really know who is an enemy, who is friendly. So if you kind of just wander into one of these groups that's being passive, it's going to be pretty safe in general until chaos brings out, and it kind of could go from the safest area of the bedroom to the most dangerous in an instant. So it really also has that chance of, you know, probability, but it depends on how it does play out.
Lots of things to try to figure out here in Survival Cup 3. We've only gone really 2.5 challenges deep so far. Our first challenge, Sweet Dreams, set the tone for everything. We moved on into bumper cars and our roller skating challenge. We then transitioned into the adjustment game, which is called the Night. And now everyone is forced to fight. Yeah, well, let me rephrase that. You're not forced to fight, but you are forcing a few eliminations before we can move on. So the night will not end. We've taken a quick break and now we've come back as well. Just a reintroduction. Rain Day here on the mic as your host, Jojo Solos, as well as Sokana calling the action. It's been a great day so far. And remember, we have 5 more days of this going all the way until Sunday, where we'll be able to eventually get you a champion, a 1v1, a 2v2. What will it be? We don't know. But however the game ends, we will find one person who walks away with $100,000. And we asked the question already, but what would you do, chat, with $100,000? $100,000 in your hand. Would you spend it on a house? Would you spend it on a car? Would you buy Pokemon cards? I don't know, but I'll throw it to you guys too. I mean, what would you do if you got $100,000? I assume you might save or use some of that for practical things. Would you splurge a little bit on something that you've always wanted, but you might not get that capital right away again? Jojo, what would you grab as that fun item for your 100K if you were the winner for this?
If I was not a responsible adult and I didn't save most of it or put it into whatever, I would probably, oh God, I don't know, buy a lot of keyboards. I love keyboards. I would buy a lot of keyboards.
Which, I guess maybe not specifics, but do you like the smaller kind? I mean, just a bunch. You like the keys? I mean, the caps, right?
Yeah,
customized?
I like 10 kilo. I build them myself. So
do you really? Okay.
Yeah, I go crazy with it. There's like a bunch of keyboards behind me, just all in my background. But yeah, I would just build like the craziest keyboard and just brag about it every day because I love keyboards and just how they sound.
Keyboard.
That would be impressive.
Crazy. That would be
okay, Takata,
insane.
what about you?
I could do a down payment. I could invest it. I think I'd just buy a single Pokemon card. You know those Charizards, like the PSA 10 Charizard Holo something? They're probably like around 100K, probably a bit more actually. Could put like a down payment on one of those. I think that would be a pretty good idea, personally.
Yeah, I don't think I'd get away with telling my wife I just spent $100,000 on a Pokemon card at this point in time. But that does sound fun. One thing I've always loved, and as a kid, I grew up having dirt bikes and go-karts, and I had a very safe neighborhood. Didn't have a lot of through streets, so you can kind of drive in, in the hills and stuff like that. It was really cool. And as an adult, I've loved ATVing when I got a chance. And so I thought it'd be always great to just have my own ATV, be able to go up for the weekend, ride the sand dunes in Pismo Beach or someplace in California, pretty local. That's what I would do. And then, of course, yes, the rest are responsible things after that, for sure.
I like it.
But you guys let us know what you would grab with that $100,000. That's the excitement I want everyone to keep in the back of their minds, because that's what these players, when they get disappointed a little bit, know they have to give up that dream of, man, if I did, that is what's happening, Jojo. So it's always exciting to kind of like reestablish, yes, it's a game. Yes, it's nighttime. Yes. It's Sweet Dreams, all these mini games. But in the back of everybody's minds, there's this really special dream that they're fighting for. And eventually, over these 5 days, we'll start to see who makes it closer and closer to making that a realization.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned, achieving this dream, because in the competition, we do have some smaller streamers, and maybe they're wanting to find a way to sort of invest in streaming more and taking it full time. So I think it'd be very interesting to see if one of our smaller streamers gets that recognition and wins the $100,000 on top of that to, level up their setup and just go absolutely crazy with it.
Well, I can't wait to see what happens there. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, more Survival Cup 3. Day one of Survival Cup 3 starts to close its action here. Rain Day, Jojo Solos, and Takata on the mic for you. We'll have 6 total days, 5 more after this to get it going and choose a winner. That will be crowned, and $100,000 will be heading to them. But of course, we have seen 2 amazing games so far. Sweet Dreams completed. Then we saw the beginning of our bumper cars, and then we saw nighttime. Eliminations were made. We got to the point where we needed to for these players, and so that's going to end the eliminations for this afternoon. But there's still so much more to involve in this setup, so that we're going to find where those eliminations come from in multiple games each day. Still plenty to stay tuned. However, let's jump back into that lobby, because I believe that just like we started today, we have an ending, guys, a cinematic that might be exciting to kind of cap off the start of Survival Cup 3.
You know, I'm excited to see it. I love the cinematics. I'm curious to see what sort of ominous thing the guards are going to do for the cinematic, the outro cinematic.
Who you can see. The day has ended. If any decisions need to be made, they will be made at the end of the day. As the remaining players are 171. And it looks like the lights slowly shut off for this cinematic. Let's see what we got.
Let's see it.
Interesting, guys. Reactions, Tokata?
Was that a kraken? Was that a giant octopus? What did we just see on the side of that boat? You saw that too, right? That wasn't just me.
Unfortunately, I saw it. Yeah, that was very creepy. I have like this fear of the ocean sometimes, and I just like what ginormous things could exist down there. So seeing that climbing onto that ship was not a very good look.
Not pleasing, one could say.
I would say that I also noticed there was a little bit of art on the wall that had someone fishing. Will that have something to do with tomorrow? We'll have to wait and see, as of course, more action coming up very soon. But chat, it's time for another great moment to end our broadcast. We make tons of memories every year on Twitch Rivals between our streamers and the amazing gameplay and moments that happen live. And with the help of Intel, we've been celebrating the best ones as Intel Core Memories. Each show, we select the defining moment from the day, which is forever immortalized in our Core Memories yearbook. Here is today's Intel Core Memory.
Nah. Man. Nah. Man.
Jugador 111 eliminado.
Qué bendición, qué bendición.
JH Dela Cruz forever in our hearts. The very first player eliminated in Survival Cup 3. On the wrong side of first, but you know what? You're still immortalized. That's your Intel Core Memory for Twitch Rivals Survivor Cup 3 Day 1. And as 2024 comes to a close, we'll soon be kicking off a bracket-style contest where you, in chat, will decide the Intel Core Memory of 2024. Intel's Core 14th Gen processors and Intel Arc graphics allow gamers to stream, create, and compete at the highest levels. Gaming happens with Intel.
Oh, I just feel so bad for
moment.
Jay. He was the first one eliminated. I believe he was in the previous Survival Cup or the first one. I think it was the second one. And now he's the first one eliminated again. What are the odds? But like I was saying before, this is just fueling that fire for the ultimate comeback story in the future. I've got faith. I've got faith.
It was definitely something sad to see, but you know, that's the point of this whole thing, right? There's gotta be people eliminated in order for there to be a winner. So you know, JH will stay in our hearts. We will forever remember him. That's for sure. You know.
Yeah,
So,
That's true. That's true.
That's what I'm saying. He's just on the wrong side of first, but it's recognizable either way. Guys, what a great start to Survival Cup 3. We've still got so many more to go. So quickly, before we close the show and say goodbye for the first day, some final thoughts or maybe a highlight from today's action. Jojo, I'll start with you as we close day one.
Yeah, I loved seeing the creativity of that very first game. And even though we didn't get to see the full second game, I still think the creativity of all these mini games that Survival Cup brings is very exciting. So just in general, I'm excited to see what the future mini games are going to look like, and mostly to see how Rubius and was it Ibai? How they're sort of like, you know, how they're gonna play off in the other mini games. So that's what I'm excited to see.
100%. And to add on to that, I mean, this is just a fraction of what we are going to witness with this third Survival Cup. There's 2 game modes each day, a total of 6 games, and this is just day 1, a total of 6 days. Sorry. So now with 5 more days, so much more action to be played out. I'm just excited to see how it goes. There's been very unique game modes that have been played out. Even the nighttime with blurring out the Minecraft skins, everything is adapting on previous iterations of this Survival Cup. So I'm very excited to see how the next game modes play out.
Great thoughts, Takata and Jojo as well. And it's been great having you both here. But we must, of course, start a day and end a day, because that means we get day 2 that much faster coming up. So as we wrap up our show, it's time for our special version of a Twitch Rivals raid that we call the Raid Launcher. The Raid Launcher will randomly select one channel from all of today's participants who are still live, and once we have a winner, we'll launch you alongside 25 gifted subs to that channel. Let's see who the lucky streamer is today.
Drum roll. Any guesses? Any guesses? I'm gonna say.
Shirley Gab. I don't know.
JH, I'm on your boat. JH, that'd be crazy. I mean? Oh, soaring. Okay, let's go.
Right.
Congratulations. All right, Soaring getting a chance to say it. I know we obviously, had some final thoughts, but tomorrow I am so excited because, yes, JoJo's already scared of the monster coming out near the boat. Takata's already coming up with ideas for what the mini game might be. And I myself am already thanking you guys for being there, because guess what? We have 6 days of action coming forward. This was just one as we raid launch and do some fun. Let's go ahead and say goodbye as we launch off. And congratulations to everyone who participated. Never give up, never stop gaming. We'll see you all tomorrow.
See you.
Bye.